the motion on the waters one. We've had the discussion, we haven't had the debate. We're going to have to put that on hold to allow her to do it. We can move A, B and C. C. Can we move C? We can move A, B and C, and we can also move F. We can talk about F. A, B, C, F. I'll move A and B because they're pretty procedural, and we'll just get those done. So I'll move. Deputy Mayor Angela will.
Oh, sorry. C. Where's the assumptions? Oh,
A and B.
A and B. Just
A and B. I've moved. Deputy Mayor will second. We will go to the vote on the board just because we will. Just A and B. Receiving the report and. Okay. Voting now, please.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Excellent. We will now flick to F, and the reason is it's a nice standalone item about rates remission. Shouldn't be as complicated as some of the other ones, but you never do know. So is there anything you want to say on the rates? Now, councillors, you're aware of the adjustments we made in the... Okay. Any questions on that one? Let me just see. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. My question would be to David. So I understand that there could be changes we could also make to our policy around deferring rates, but I think you said it would be best to take it to a working group. Should we note that if there is support to do that now?
I think the reason why we need to move it to the working group is to be able to dimension that and what it means, so that we could give the best advice to council. So my recommendation would be to put it in the lap of the working group and see what we can do to make sure that we achieve the outcome that elected members are looking for.
Yes, thank you. No, my question was just should we note it as a staff action or actually include it somewhere in a motion to, because that working group that was going to look at other rating issues was created through a motion and with specific job to do, and I just want to make sure we're going through the right process.
We can just note that as a staff action to include that.
Okay, thank you.
If not, I will move. Do you want a second? Maxine, cool. Seconded. We will go to the vote on the rates remission and postponement. Oh, of course. Sorry.
Really inconvenient concept of democracy, right?
Yeah.
I simply wanted to say thank you to staff for their work, because myself and Councillor Andrew and possibly some others, we had some early conversations around how could we get better uptake around this, and actually they did a lot of work to see what the barriers were to people using it, and have come back that the savings it could be is probably a significant barrier. And when we look at the cost of everything these days, and to only have 30k of savings in the bank when you're retired without a job and things, actually that's not that big. So I'll be interested to see how this goes and whether then we need to adjust it upwards, but I think it really makes sense. So I just want to say thanks for that work.
Yeah. Thank you. Just in debating for myself now, I've reminded myself we can debate. I agree with what you're saying. I actually think $30,000 is pretty hard. If that's all you've got saved at retirement, you're going to have a pretty hard retirement. So noting that, but also noting that the uptake of the rates remission has been so low, and my clear steer to staff is to find as many ways as possible to go out and help people deal with the paperwork. And what we do here is, in feedback, is that even though the form may seem simple to staff, it doesn't seem simple to the user, and the user is the person we've got to consider. So I very much hope to see an uplift in the amounts of remissions sought this year. Otherwise, I think we're probably not reaching those people we need to reach most. That's my debate. Thank you. Anybody else? No, let's go to the vote.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Okay. So can we do C? Is there anything that we're doing with the motions that councillors are putting up that would change that? No, you got a question? So we'll look at C, sorry. Question,
Thank you. I'm just on page 106 of Diligent, and under the Resource Management Act reform assumption, I'm just interested in with the with the two acts, Natural and Built Environment and the Spatial Planning Act being repealed, just understanding where we are at with the conversation. I mean, prior to those two acts, this council was opposed, and we fought against within Plan Change 12 to reduce the effect of 3x3 being citywide. Sorry for online viewers, I'm talking about 3x3 being able to be built in any suburb across the city. So my question is around have we built into our assumptions, because obviously this has an impact in DC revenue, that this council will have the conversation around possibly changing that back, or are we, which would have an impact on DC revenue, or are we just going to, even though we're going back to the old RMA kind of, there won't be any further changes, we're forging ahead with Plan Change 12 and we're still allowing 3x3 across the city? Did you work your way through that terrible question?
I was just trying to decode the question myself.
Is it clear? Because I
think
can
so.
be,
I think
I'm
so.
usually very concise.
Give any answer you want.
Yeah. I'd love to give you an
I
answer.
know what I'm asking up here, but
So the assumptions record that the two pieces of legislation have been repealed.
yep,
The government have indicated that they're going to look at the 3x3 MDRS
Yep.
bill, but they have not introduced anything yet, nor signalled what that detail is. So we wait to hear that. So that's a conversation that we're going to have at Chair Sarah's committee next week,
yes,
just in
she
terms of
mentioned to me.
direction, and we recognise that. Our DC modelling is already trying to take a realistic view as to where growth could occur and what's feasible. So in many ways, we've taken account of some of those potential considerations,
Possible
Deputy
change,
Angela.
yeah, okay.
But I think it would be simplistic to say there's a direct linear reaction here, because the MDRS changes, we may choose to respond in a certain way across the city in certain parts, but in the central city we may choose to leave our rules largely the same. So there's still conversation to be had,
Yeah,
but I think the team are reasonably confident with the DC modelling that they have done today.
okay.
That answers your question back to the
You
budget.
did very well, Blair. Thank
But I
you.
appreciate it as an ongoing changeable space in that whole RM, and there's the
Yeah.
fast track legislation as well, which is another one. That's
And so, just supplementary to that, when will I'm assuming we'll come back through Councillor Thompson's committee, and this council will then give a steer of where we want to go, subject to those changes, subject to the NP, whatever, what is
Yes.
it, another acronym, isn't it?
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
That through Councillor
So
Thompson's
it's
committee,
all
that's
work to still,
correct. It'll be
but
an
it will come back to us.
absolutely.
Okay, all right, cool, thank you.
I understood it.
So awful, so awful. No, joking. Councillor Case Cox.
Just a question around Project Watershed. Just noting, I guess, that it's funded by the targeted rate at Regional Council. Do we know if they're looking to increase that? Is that part of is anyone up with the discussions they've had? I guess, it's just a question.
I don't know whether Andrew has any visibility on that, or Myri.
About increasing it? Okay, thank you.
No? So we will go to the vote on it then?
The motion's carried unanimously.
Excellent. So now we are into receiving the motions that you've received from external councillors, from councillors outside of the what staff recommendation. Yes? I believe I can do one of them. We do one of them? I think so. Which one are we doing? Are we ready to watermelons? No.
I haven't, but I have got, I think, councillor Kish is one I have.
Okay, so Kesh, before you debate your topic, can you just explain can we have it up and can we just explain what you're trying to achieve, please?
It's pretty self-explanatory, to be honest. It's similar to what was discussed previously, but it's 3 specific programs in our capital program with a 50% reduction over the entire LTP.
Okay, let's go to some questions. Councillor Hart.
Thank you. I'm just trying to dig through the attachments, but I was just wondering if staff had it to hand. Could you tell me what the current draft budget is for each of those 3, and then I can do the math of what half of that is?
And point us to a page.
Otherwise, I can continue to keep scrolling.
I've got it here as well.
Page for those particular projects.
Sorry?
No, it's coming.
Oh, sorry.
155.
Page 155.
Oh, I was at 138. I was so far away.
What did you say? What page, sorry?
155.
Yes. Okay.
So, Road to Zero Program A is currently between 750,000 going up to 5 million, and then 7. This one here.
Yes.
I've got.
So that, okay, so you're halving biking and microbility, so that's going from 4 to 2. This is a new one. Road to Zero is going from 5 to 2.5, and walking is going from 2 to 1. So
Okay.
2 million to 1 million.
That's in the first year.
Yeah, and that's pretty much, most of those are identical all the way through the 10 years. So 4, 5 and 2 were the original ones for all of those 3 programs all the way through the 10 years. So you have, and that's uninflated. So just the other thing, sorry, that I wanted to mention, when all in your attachments and things, when you're looking at the capital program, they're in today's numbers. So, but in the model, we have it inflated, so that's where we start talking different languages slightly if you're looking at those further out to kind of time periods. So just please keep that in mind when you're quoting and adding up. Your adding up and my adding up are not going to equal the same thing.
Okay. Can I ask another question? Keeping in mind that low cost, low risk is really about doing projects under $2 million, but a lot of this is going to cut the budgets back to simply 2.5 or less than 2. Would that mean that we're only actually able to do one intersection upgrade or similar project per year?
Where's Chris gone? Andrew,
Simple answer is yes, but each project would come back to council or the appropriate committee for decision making at that time.
Do you have would you have the information for how long the low cost, low risk potential projects list is for each of for those 2?
Not on me, but I can come back to you later in this meeting. It's just the party who's got that list isn't here with me at the moment, sorry. Oh, sorry. I don't have it on me right now, but I can get that information for you.
James is just going. Okay.
All right, let's come back to that, hold
Yep.
that question. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yep.
Can I ask a question of the mover?
Yes?
Just curious about choosing the walking program of low cost, low risk.
I literally went to the low cost, low risk program and that page and looked at the ones that were the highest in the budget, and
Okay.
walking was among them.
Okay. Can I ask staff what the implications would be for our footpath improvements?
I think that's separate.
This is an improvement program, so the implication is that we live with what we currently have on the networks.
Would you have an example of what we would be able to do within the walking program with the proposed 50% cut?
I've got a friend coming. He's just walked in.
Find a friend. Yay,
But it'd be
Robin!
very, very unfair to hand the question over at this moment. No.
I'm sorry, I don't know what the question is.
No. I'm just going to brief Robin. So the question is around low cost, low risk, and it's around the footpath program.
Those three projects that are highlighted are getting halved.
Yes.
And so the question is, and forgive me, councillor, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the question is, what does it mean for that program if it's halved? Walking program.
Okay, so the walking program was going to focus on some widening of footpaths in conjunction with the renewals work that we normally roll out through Connect Hamilton. So while they're rebuilding the footpath completely rather than putting a narrow footpath back in at locations where we know we've got higher pedestrian numbers, we put back, it might be up to about 300 additional width, it's cheaper to do it then rather than come back and do a patch later on. So it would be that sort of thing. It will be continuing to do work outside schools, depending on the sort of work that elected members are wanting us to do moving forward. Traditionally it would have been raised safety platforms outside schools. Moving forward it might be putting in islands at intersections, refuge islands, that sort of thing, so that we can help people get across the road, have somewhere safe to stand while they cross the road. So it'll be that sort of work.
So if the budget's cut by 50%, take a 12-month period, what would you be able to achieve with only $1 million in that year?
Half the amount of work.
But one traffic island? Two?
Look, it depends on the type of work that we do. Traditionally, we spend $200,000 or $300,000 with that footpath widening to supplement the renewals program. Then, if you were going to put in splitter islands, throat islands, and that sort of thing at intersections, you might spend between $50,000 and $75,000 at something like that. If you're putting a refuge island in the middle of the road, which will have lighting and other things, it just depends on electricity supplies, but top of my head, about 200K, and they are top of my head figures, sorry.
That's okay. And then my earlier question was around if we're only able to fund for Road to Zero $1 million a year, and that if we were being generous, saying one intersection upgrade a year, what is the backlog of intersections or other priority places in the road network that would be otherwise upgraded? How long is that list?
We do have a long list, that's based on, crash data. And also this is the fund that we use for doing our safer speed areas, so the implementation of the 40K, work that we do around the city, and also the implementation of the, 30K around those shopping areas where we traditionally have done some improvements as part of that speed limit reduction. You are not likely to get an intersection for $1 million, an intersection upgrade. So again, it would be looking at what we could actually do with that amount of money, which will be very little.
In terms of the backlog though, do we have 100 intersections we want to improve, or?
I'm
15?
sorry, I don't have a number to hand, sorry.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions.
Is that your question? Sorry. I was distracted over here. Sorry. Thank you. Councillor O'Leary. Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Only a year and a half.
Thank you. So I think we have slightly different figures, I think. So just in the, or maybe not, in the total on those lines, in the total over the 10-year, it's reducing the first one from 50 million to 25. That's right, eh? I've got the right, where am I looking? No, see,
Where it is on your pack, but it's the 452 biking and micromobility.
yeah, so
Project.
I'm on page 155, and down the bottom, 452 biking micromobility, the whole program is,
Oh, sorry, the whole program.
oh, sorry,
Yeah, I think that's across 10 years. The total's across 10 years.
well, that doesn't say anything about 3 years, it just says a long-term plan.
Each year.
So it
Yeah,
is,
so the bottom of page 155.
Yep.
So say 4444,
28, 4.
and then the 28 to 40.
So
Yeah, so it's the $4 million that will now go to $2 million
over 10 years.
over the 10 years.
Yep.
Yep.
And then the program A is 2 million, which goes down to 1,
Yes.
and then Road to
And Road to
Zero
Zero
5
goes
goes
from
down
5
to
to 2.5,
2.5.
yeah.
Okay, so that's 50% cut. In the Mayor's proposed budget in December, this council approved 40% of our transport program of the whole thing. Is that, didn't we? We didn't exclude anything?
Savings, what did they refer to?
Was it 40% across the whole transport capital program for 10 years?
Wasn't it, Chris?
Chris.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I think progressively since our first workshop in October, it's about 40% as you've reduced, I think mainly in these programs. So the first time it came to you, they were quite a lot higher, and they were
These three
reduced.
programs, Chris.
The programs you're talking about now. I think there were some reductions in the School Link project as well. So we changed the scope of that to not incorporate all of the scope. So the School Link in these programs was about 40%.
Okay, so it wasn't across the entire it was from transport, but not equally across the whole program? So-
No, it was just,
Yeah.
it was on these low-cost, low-risk
Yeah.
programs, biking, micromobility
Okay.
and School Link.
So that means if this goes ahead, that'll be 90% taken out of those three programs? Or is my maths?
Without doing the maths, it'll be another significant reduction, yes.
So we'll be left with 10% over 10 years for these three. Is that right? Is my maths right on that?
40%, and then 50% of the remaining.
Is 30 left?
40%. 40%.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
40%
Okay,
leaves 60
sorry. Yeah,
and
yeah.
takes another 30 off.
Okay, all right. And just in terms, just on the biking and micromobility one, strategic routes, can you just give, so we know what we're chopping here, can you just give me one understanding of a project of what a strategic route is? Hey, you just be quiet over that side of the table, young man. We have to listen to you a lot. Robin.
So the sort of projects would be the type of projects that were funded in the SURF program originally and have since been cut, would be the types of projects that you would see delivered here.
So a strategic cycling project is not an off-road separated cycleway?
Some of them were.
So yes, those sorts of things. So I guess it's going back to the biking and micromobility network plan. The strategic routes were those key routes to get to key destinations.
Yeah.
And trying to provide the best facilities for cycling. That could be a combination of on-road, it could be off-road within the road corridor, it could also be potentially through parks and reserves if that also made sense for that route.
Okay, thank you.
Okie doke, so Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Robin, one of my concerns is that we've got some really big intersections where I think people often feel quite unsafe using them, but they're too big for low cost, low risk. So how could we actually look at addressing those? Would we essentially have to just use local share to do it with the current funding available, or is there a way that we could work through to get co-funding?
So I guess what we had done when we pulled together the original plan in September was we had a program of major intersection improvements, i.e. anything over $2 million. The intention for that was to work with Waka Kotahi to pull together a business case, because anything over $2 million has to have a business case. So the intention was to try and grip them up into a program and do a business case for the program rather than doing it on each individual site. And then to see what funding we could get through that mechanism, because that's a different funding bucket to the low cost, low risk program. That particular line of funding didn't make it through to the funded side of things. I think it was sitting in as a recommended, and so we haven't progressed anything further at this stage.
Okay. So if we, what would be firstly the minimum amount you'd need to put in to look at those large intersections so you could at least get one over 2 years at the very least? And what would be the time it would take to get through a business case? So the reason I'm asking this is whether, there might be more comfort instead of focusing on low cost, low safety through low cost, low risk, that we focus on some other aspects where actually there's some big wins to be made too.
The business case process we would be looking to, and we'd have to work this through with Waka Kotahi, we'd be looking to a shorter form process utilising what they call the standard safety intervention process, which is one that we used for the Anglesea-Bryce intersection, for example. That was worth more than $2 million when we did that work. So the aim would be to try and go down that track rather than the full blown business case. Then depending on what the program looked like, that would obviously have an implication on how big that would be, but you would certainly should be able to work through that and at least start work within a financial year. And just depending on the timing and what the work involved, whether you could do the work in a summer season or whether, if it's got pavement and that sort of thing, obviously you'd need to do that in the summer versus some of the other work that you might be able to do in the winter. Then for a site-by-site, depends on the site, it could be $5 to $6 million for the site. It's really hard to know without naming the site.
Thank you. Thanks, Robin.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Robin. A few questions, if I could. In terms of LCLR, how long has that program been going for? Just roughly.
It has had various guises, names over the years, and has had various titles over the years. I would say probably in excess of 20 years.
Great, thank you. How have you prioritised which projects get done within that 20-year period?
It has varied according to the funding rules that we've worked with Waka Kotahi. And in general, it has involved working with elected members, responding to community requests, and they come either directly to us or through elected members, and also pulling together lists from our crash data and staff observations.
Right. So would have it been fair to say you've prioritised them based on all of those factors, including which were the most urgent, because that's in line with the crash data?
At that time, yes.
Thank you. That's over a 20-year period. In terms of biking and micro-mobility routes, how long have we been doing that project?
The biking and micro-mobility business case was approved by council, I'm guessing probably 2 or 3 years ago. I'm sorry, that's not my area of expertise. Something in that order.
And from recollection, when you turn your mind to this, in the 20-odd year period, do you have an idea of what we've spent in Road to Zero safety initiatives?
No.
Okay, thank you. And of course, if a reduction in the budget occurs now for, say, the next 3 years as part of the LTP, that doesn't mean you still have some resource left to do some urgent work?
Yes, it'll be, the type of work will be limited by the budget available.
Okay, but of course, subsequently, when council's in a better financial position, council could refocus and do more work on something that they've been doing for 20 years?
Yes.
Thank you.
Casey Cox.
Sorry, just a quick question around the implications for rates. Yeah, thank you, Tracy.
So if we model just this one alone, knowing that there are some other motions coming today that I'm also aware of, but based on the current resolution, which is under the government balancing the books figure, and with all the other changes that we have done with opening balance and debt that I talked about at the briefing. So at the moment, year one is 25.5, and then we go to 12.9 and 8.7. With this particular change, it goes to 26.7 and then 13.7 for the following 2 years.
And that's largely due to the impact of the local share or the
Correct.
lack of
So
revenue?
remembering
Yeah.
the government balancing the books, and this is where the difference starts playing out, because you've just taken out the revenue component, which is obviously related to the capital. So that's where it becomes a little bit harder. And also remember the government one that we're currently under was also balancing the books in that year one. So obviously it spikes that year one to be able to bring you back to be able to balance the books in that first year.
Thank you.
Just a follow-on question from that very good question of Councillor Anne. If council chose to decouple the requirement to balance the book to the government measure in year one, what would the impact be?
Okay, so if you want to go back to the second recommendation that you had back in December, which was the Mayor's and the Deputy Mayor's recommendations. So effectively that's going back to balancing the books under the HCC balancing the books measure over a 3-year period, which is what we talked about then. So at the moment that number is 20.4, 15.7 and 15.7. and it drops slightly back, it goes to 20.8 in that first year, so a slight little increase in the first year, and then to 15.5. So again, that first year, it's a slight increase, and then it takes you over the 3 years. So essentially not much of a change under the 3-year HCC one.
A follow-on, if we still want to reach the local government measure in year 2, what happens?
I don't know, I haven't modelled year 2. We'd have to redo that if you wanted to do that.
That's good. Thank you.
Ish.
One question. Tracy, so we're assuming that we will get the 51% revenue from Waka Kotahi. How sure are we that we'll get it?
So that's a really great question, and we're never sure, and we bake that assumption in. So there's obviously certain programs that has, so there's a combination of the renewals and the capital subsidy. We have had that come, I think, last year before, where they came back after we'd done the annual plan and said, you know, it was quite different to what we've got. So I'm not sure how far along when their budgets are, Robin, when they're doing theirs.
So we're still waiting on the GPS for land transport, but traditionally the low-cost, low-risk program has been the one that's been the most certain, and we have the highest degree of confidence for getting the subsidy.
And so a lot of the lines here have assumed revenue. Does that mean once we find out what Waka Kotahi funding looks like, we have to relitigate this, or how does it?
So what happened last time is obviously we then got their budget and we brought them back, and the team brought all back to council and said, here's what we've got and here's what we didn't get. And then council made a decision around whether or not we wanted to stop those projects because we didn't get the subsidy, or in some cases they carried on with them and just said it was full HCC paid for.
Okay, thank you.
Did you? Sorry. That's my serious voice, Deputy Mayor.
Can we just see can we see the financial impact on the board of the motion?
Yep.
Yeah.
Candice will just have to cut it out and send it to Amy.
Yeah.
What?
So yeah, it very much is,
It
the
doesn't
biggest
make-
one is the government one.
Doesn't make as very many savings, in other words. In fact,
No, it doesn't.
it doesn't. So you're going to put it up. So it essentially halves the remaining 60% of the budget that we had, halves that, right?
In fact, could I say it doesn't make any savings, you're actually increasing your rates. By putting
Well,
the
that's
motion.
why I want in black
Yeah.
and white in this chamber for it to go up on the board, so we all know what's going on.
So the question, it doesn't
Please.
save us anything. It drives costs up. It halves the remaining 60% of that. What was your intention? I don't mean to put you on the spot in a horrible way, but I just want to know what was your intention, Kesh, in putting it up. No, just what are you hoping to achieve?
So my goal is to ensure that this is highlighted in the consultation going forward to allow the public an opportunity to tell us what they want in terms of this program.
So even if it doesn't say,
motion about consultation.
okay, we'll get to that. Can we have it up and then?
No.
Can we control plus?
Can we what?
Control plus, so we can zoom in.
It's the keyboard shortcut.
It won't let me go any better.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
I could just physically move closer.
You do
You
for
could.
That's what Robin just said you do for these ones.
So can someone talk us through that, please?
It's coming to you as an email.
super hard to see and
Yeah, but
for the
she said
online
all
viewers
projects,
as
these are
well.
the ones that they normally do first and give away first.
Okay, so can staff,
But you're right, if it's still,
Tracy or someone, can someone, staff verbally outline what we're seeing in the next couple of years on this spreadsheet? Because we want, Angela would like it articulated so we're all on the same page.
okay. So if I remind you what the original one that we're still under, so it was in year one, 25.5.
What happened to that?
I'm not sure.
Oh,
Oh, uh-oh.
Can I just hold my screen up to one of the cameras?
ain't
Okay.
that the truth?
So the original one that we did, so 25.5 is now 26.7.
Is this the, because of the motion?
Yes, so this
Okay.
is because of the motion.
Yep.
So
alright.
we're going from
the rates up.
25.5 up to 26.7.
Great.
You're going from 12.9 up to 13.7, and then 8.7 up to 13.7.
And that's because the revenues come out. I'm just trying to, because,
Why?
yeah, I'm trying to
why
do
has
this
it
for
gone up?
online viewers
Because
too.
why? Explain it.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, 14.1, sorry, apologies. I need to scrub that one out. Sorry.
Can we start again with the
Sorry,
explanation?
25.5 up to 26.7, 14.1 down to 13.7, and then 14.1 down to 13.7. So a slight increase in the first year and then a slight drop. in
But
the
that's
year
because
two
of
and year
the
three.
subsidies. Yeah.
Sorry.
Save money over time, but not in the first year.
But not very much, but not very much.
very much.
Yeah, it's because of the balancing the books measures.
Okay, all right. Well, I think we know enough about it, right? Oh, a couple more questions? Councillor Hutt?
Can staff remind me, in the original staff recommendation, was it that we balanced the books in 1 year or in 3?
The recommendation was under government balancing the books in year one.
You said the original recommendation. Do you mean in November or?
So the November one or the December one that you finalised?
What was the staff recommendation?
The 3 years balancing the books under HCC measure.
Okay.
But where we started, right? Okay. Councillor Taylor, question?
Yes, very quickly, thanks. We're talking about obviously the loss of revenue as being a disadvantage there. But I mean, are we not making an assumption that we're going to get that revenue for the next 10 years? This is a new government that doesn't have the same views about cycling and walking, that likes cars and roads. Should we actually be making that assumption that we're going to get this revenue? We don't know that, do we?
It's a Chris.
I mean, if we're factoring it into our calculations.
Yep, so there's no different this year than any other year or any other LTP, just the timing of the GPS and the Waka Kotahi, so we don't know until after we've landed our 10-year plan. I think Robin answered pretty well in that the levels of funding we're now asking for, we think in these low-cost, low-risk programs, there's a low risk of not getting the funding. We think we will get the funding. We are still just guessing because we haven't seen it, but at the levels we're asking for to run a big metropolitan city, they're pretty reasonable funds. I think the higher risk is other things like the School Link project, which is a higher cost.
Thank you, but we still are operating under the current GPS, aren't we? I mean, a new GPS will come out that may well surprise us.
Yep, so nobody knows what the new GPS is. What we do know is it will be different, but we don't know.
Thank you.
We all sufficiently understand what's going on here to form a view. So we will now go to the debate with Kesh as the mover, so she will go first. Thank you, Kesh.
Thank you. So first, I just want to recognise the efforts made by Mayor Paula, Deputy Mayor Angela, to this point in terms of having a relook at some of these projects and the processes and the cuts that have already been made. It is a shame that the public hasn't really known much about the work that's been happening in the background. And the reason for me bringing this forward today was for that, really. I want, over the last few months, being out in the community, like most of you, I have been bombarded by public opinion in terms of our transport program. And I wanted to put something forward to say that we are listening and we do want to hear what you think. And this is the way I thought it best to do so. We all value consultation, I'm sure, and bringing this to the surface again will trigger people to become more interested in what's happening. So instead of complaining on social media about race safety platforms and speed humps and in-lane bus stops and all the rest of it, it's a constructive way to actually hear from them better. It's an opportunity for us to test this part of the capital program with the public, and that's really all there is to it. That's to this for me. In terms of why I picked these three, I've purposefully left, PT improvements, local roads, the bus rapid transport, transit business case. It's all still in there. And I do feel that our renewals program covers a lot of, the walking and the footpath widening and all of that. It's already covered. If it comes to safety issues, the larger intersections, we've got processes in place for us to hear about those sooner rather than later. So yes, it will be about a $27 million reduction in the capital program overall. It might not look like that when you see the rates in the first year, but I think it's really important that we open the conversation over the next few months into this program. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I first want to thank Councillor Kesh for the work and energy to represent this altered attempt again at trying to address some of our CapEx spending. We all accept in this room that whenever you try to cut CapEx, it doesn't really make a huge difference in terms of rate increases or rate decreases. But what it does do, and what's really important, is it sends a very clear message to the public who keep seeing what they believe, and rightly so, is correct, this frivolous use of funds for projects that could be reprioritised and make more of a meaningful difference. And before I hear the cries, let's keep it in context. For 20 years, we've been investing in low-risk safety improvements, and we've been plucking the low-hanging fruits, the parts that need to have been done urgently. We are not saying that we are walking away from making improvements. What we're saying is, in this current financial times, we need to reprioritise. And this initiative shows some leadership. It shows a clear indication of money spent over the 10 years. So there's an initial blip, right? But then over the 10 years, there's a saving. And that's fact. The community is tired of seeing some of these roading improvements. They're wanting leadership. They accept that there may be a time in the future where we need to reprioritise. We've been doing it for 20 years. A reduction and a bit of a break will not erode this overall strategy of improving road safety. But it will help us financially. It will send a message, and there's other things to come. We've got some really interesting motions coming that could save us $100 million. But this is the beginning. Let's set the scene. Let's support this.
Yeah, look, we've covered the ground that CapEx cuts have less impact than OPEX. This still does have an impact. But I actually agree with Kesh in that this is not actually just about cutting costs. It is also actually about doing less of something which I think we've been doing too much of and which has been having a negative outcome in our community. As Councillor Wilson says, we've been doing the road to zero a long time. We've achieved a lot. I think a lot of emphasis has gone into this, particularly in recent years, and I think we've overdone it a bit, quite frankly. We've been doing it on steroids. And there is an element of fatigue, and we've all heard it. The Road to Zero in particular has actually been the source of a lot of upset and questions from residents about the necessity of doing it and about accusations of excessive cost. I don't think you'll see too many tears from many of our residents if we cut back this a bit. If we cut back a few of the roundabouts and intersections and those sorts of changes. And I think many will actually welcome a cup of tea and a reprieve. Not quite so many stop-go people, not quite so many red road cones around the place. We have gone really hard in the last few years, and I support Kesh in just taking the foot off the pedal a little bit and just taking it a bit easier. Thank you.
Donovan?
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just as the seconder of the motion, I just wanted to also show my support for Kesh and thank her for the work that she's done in bringing this back to the table. I don't have a lot more to add because it got covered previously, but look, I think what we're showing here is the intent to really, listen to the people, understand what they're saying, and really make some gains where we can. So constructive and reprioritise were words that I heard in earlier, and support those words as well. So thank you.
There's not a member around the table that is not aware of the tiredness and exhaustion from car drivers around the city navigating. I reflect on the growth of the city, and the last report we got was that our city grew by 6,000 people. Let's be honest, it's people that are causing congestion, and it's people that are getting irritated by some of these transport projects, and I get that. So we all hear that, and the work that Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe has suggested, reflected on, that the Mayor and I have been doing since before Christmas, is part of that. However, I just did a little Google search because I couldn't remember when Councillor Bunting, former Councillor Bunting was here, and he championed the Gordington Road project because people were being killed at that intersection, and the entire project there to make that safer was 4.3 million. So I am concerned that a project like that came to us from the community won't go ahead. It's ironic with Vision Zero that I remember, and former Mayor Andrew King raised that. I thought, gosh, this is going to be expensive, and initially wasn't supportive of it. But I have seen on the ground, outside schools, our kids getting to schools more safely. We have started a process. We are looking at doing it a lot better, consulting a lot better, and making it easier for the community to move around. I think that is the better process. I think looking at low cost, low risk through how we govern and how we get a little bit more of the information in detail into the governance wing is better than just arbitrarily at this point cutting a budget that increases the rates to ratepayers to 26% in the first year. So I appreciate, Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe, what you're doing, and I take that on board. I'm just not sure at this point in time that it's quite the right move and way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. The rationale for where these sit within our priorities is that they should facilitate a city that's easy to live in. And the reason I ask so many questions about, in particular, the walking program, is that because 25% of people in the Waikato have a disability. And I earnestly believe it's the right of people to be able to walk down to the shops, or use a wheelchair to get down to the shops, or use a mobility scooter. And these projects are not inherently talking about raised safety platforms. Maybe that's a potential thing we could spend it on. But it's also about widening a footpath, and I'm not sure that you know, the majority of people in our city are up in arms about widening footpaths. I also reflect on how many people with disabilities, and particularly with mobility disabilities, have never had a city that's easy to get around in, and have never had a transport system that was set up to enable them to get from A to B, to get down to the shops, to get to employment, to get to their friend's house. And so cutting these budgets, which have already been cut even further, feels like a way of trampling on a community that's always been ignored and always not been prioritised within our transport system. And so I find it really challenging to consider this motion, if only for the impact that I know that it will have on communities who are incredibly marginalised by the decisions of this council for decades. So I can't support this motion.
There's always been something missing from the concept of low cost, low risk, and that is low cost, low risk, high return. That would be a good concept, something worth pursuing. It's what a lot of people in business do. This has been going on for 20 years, as Councillor Ewan has told us, of looking for these projects, which means all the low-cost, low-risk, high-return ones have already been completed. We're into the low-cost, low-risk, low-return ones. And these aren't worth doing, in my view. I'll use an example of Waipa Council on the main road into Cambridge, where I live, where there's been 3 speed bumps created. Now, because of the need to achieve certain maximum levels on the speed bumps, they were created by lowering the road. That was a year's worth of disruption and tens of millions of dollars to lower the road to create speed bumps. That is an extremely low return, and it's created a huge amount of frustration for a lot of people. I don't want to see that sort of stuff happening in Hamilton.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. This might come out of the blue, but I'd like to propose an amendment, so an alternative. I've just emailed it Amy, but the wording is not perfect. Essentially, it would be just amending the road to zero to make it $2 million a year, and then reallocate $3 million to major intersection improvements, which was in the to consider basket. And the reason I'm putting this up, I have mentioned to some elected members recently a frustration that actually we've got some really big intersections in the city where I think some of our biggest problems are, but the low cost, low risk is only allowing us to fix the smaller ones. So what that would essentially do is every 2 years allow for a larger intersection to actually be addressed. So instead of taking what's probably the lower hanging fruit and smaller items, we actually get to address some of the bigger, gnarlier roundabouts and intersections where I think a lot of residents actually can feel quite unsafe. For example, Mairoa Road turning on to Ulster Street. Yeah. Oh, I was debating. Debating.
What, debating?
Sorry.
But the motion hasn't gone up.
Okay.
All right, yes. Yeah, yes, sorry.
All right.
Yeah. You just need to put your...
All right. Well, we'll say that's been most of my debate, and I'll use the last 30 seconds.
To get it up as
I forgot about the seconder. Does anyone want to second it? Otherwise,
Well, yes, can we have
I thought you were explaining
I could do it as
rather
a
than-
separate part to.
My bad.
Yeah, Paula, just procedurally,
Yeah.
I'm concerned about who can second what since the debate has already started.
Who's not
This
spoken
becomes
and
really
what's
messy
seconded?
now,
No one.
Councillor
Yeah, it does.
Sarah,
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
because you've negated most of the people who
Yes.
could support you because they've spoken.
Yeah, that is true. You can only have someone who has not voted, has not spoken to the vote.
Yep, okay. Is there anyone, or otherwise I'll have to, that hasn't spoken?
Yeah, yeah, questions on the motion, but it won't be a motion without a seconder. So,
So reallocating it from low cost, low risk road to zero.
But who seconded it?
Anna has
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, we're not even halfway
Talk
through.
about
Let's
doing
get
it
going.
right, halfway through the debate.
Oh,
Carry on.
yep, all
Just
right.
explain,
Yep.
answer the questions. Thanks.
So essentially, it would still be maintaining the walking and biking micromobility, but it would be lowering the road to zero by 3 million and reallocating 3 million of that instead to major
no
intersection
savings.
improvements. Yeah. It was so, and the reason for that is there are some, I'm using the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
There are some intersections where, for example, turning, which is already on our list for which staff have been working on, turning from Mairo on to Ulster Street, horrific. It's crossing 4 lanes of traffic. And I feel like we're not actually addressing the most dangerous intersections at the moment. And so I'd like us to start looking at that. And if this doesn't go through now, I'm open to having conversations about it further, because I want us to find a place where actually we can all support road safety. So, thanks.
Thank you. Just a note to councillors, really unhelpful to, I felt, and I apologise, I should have pulled up on the procedure straight away when Sarah started talking more. Please, if you can avoid it for the rest of this process that we're in, let's not do fly by the seat. I'm not saying it wasn't well reasoned. Let's not do amendments that way. It means that the people who've already spoken, of course, can't now speak to your issue. Okay, we'll carry on with debate and towards the vote. So we've got Councillor Pike.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Angela is right. This is about people. And we have heard from them, and they are grumpy. And I actually think it's because we haven't consulted well with people and they feel sidelined from things happening in their very backyard. While I acknowledge there has been support for some of these transport projects, overwhelmingly, the commentary I am aware of is that people are upset about spending funds on these types of low-risk projects. I appreciate there is minimal financial impact of this decision, but as mentioned by Councillor Cash, the intention of this motion is simply to highlight this and bring it back to public and formally see what they have to say. This is not about making cuts necessarily, but I believe if we don't put this up and offer a full and transparent conversation with Hamiltonians, we are only going to create further division. So I'll be supporting. Thank you.
I haven't debated, have I? No, I haven't. So I'll just debate this one. I'm going to vote against both. And the reasons are, I'd already proposed in setting the budget a 40% cut to these types of projects. And thank you for acknowledging that that wasn't always publicly known, that that was the starting point. This goes a little bit too far, given that we're looking at the holistic plan and we are coming shortly to some revocations and some motions that also tackle other transport projects. And I just don't think we can be the council that does nothing at all in the alternative transport space. That would be pretty embarrassing. I think governments do come and go, but I understand that this government and the national government, from the conversations I've had, is still committed to funding to some extent passenger transport, walking, cycling and those kind of things. It hasn't abandoned altogether that aspect of the transport system. They're just going to look at things slightly differently. This doesn't bring us significant savings, in fact raises the cost in the first year, which is the year that is the most painful to people at this point in time. I also think I commend you for wanting to shine some light on it, Kesh. But I also think that if these projects stay in, it will inspire people to give more feedback and to actually look into what we are talking about. If it disappears, it's gone. If they've gone, they've gone. They don't even feature. So therefore, I'm going to vote against. Anybody else who hasn't debated? Anna, do you want to debate?
Yes, I just wanted a verification on procedure. So this, yeah.
I voted against. We'll take them.
Not asking. I'm just asking.
Yeah, hang on.
You're putting the amendment first, I'm assuming.
Yes. I'm running the meeting, and I will put both separately. Can you just pause for a second? I'll put both separately, but we're speaking to both because that's how the process has gone.
Mayor Paula, can I just have in terms of procedural question of governance? This is messy, I think. We're nearly 80% way through the debate. Someone just throws in an amendment. Most of us are trapped that we now can't communicate at all. I don't know if that was deliberate or just poorly. I mean, I don't know.
Let's not have cross-table debate about it. We all agree it wasn't a slick way to do this. Because as I said, it did take some of the councillors out of the debate who'd already debated something.
Just in terms of intention, I was just considering it. Then after Councillor Ewan said we need to show leadership, I thought, you know what, I'm going to put this up on the table. So actually your words inspired.
It's great leadership when you negate 90% of your colleagues being able to actually hold an opinion and express it.
Okay.
But can we have an official...
Yes. Please let me run the meeting, Ewan.
Sure.
I am going to ask Amy to clarify. Can we take them separately? What does it mean for the debate? Because somebody can put an amendment up in the middle of the flow.
This is definitely allowed for, and that's one of the pickles. Going back and re-debating, usually we can do it at the discretion of the chair, which is 22.1.
So I can allow further.
That we could start all over again.
Yeah.
Which is really helpful. So
We did do it recently.
What was that? Do you recall?
We had a couple foreshadowed, and it was another one in the middle.
What I'll do, since I have discretion on this, is if anybody feels really short changed from being able to have debate on Sarah's amendment, please feel free to debate, and I will take your debate. But if you don't feel like you need a second debate, don't do it. I think that's a medium path. Does that seem? On Sarah's, if you want to say something about Sarah's in the debate, do you want to?
No.
Okay, you don't? It's untidy process. We've agreed on that already. Okay. Councillors, with all due respect, it'd be easier if you just let me chair the meeting without interruptions. Councillor Casey Cox, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Both, I'm allowed to talk
yes,
about both.
Yes, your turn.
So just in terms of Kesh's motion, I guess, I won't be supporting it. I think we've already made a number of cuts, and I like the work that the Mayor and Deputy Mayor are doing in this space, and I look forward to those discussions. In terms of Councillor Sarah's amendment, I support it, and I guess for the reasons you already articulated in terms of, making visible changes that the community will really appreciate, as opposed to changes that perhaps are falling a bit flat at the moment and are getting perhaps negative feedback. So, support doing things that make significant difference for our community. Kia ora.
Thank you, Anna. Appreciate that. Is anybody? Yes, Councillor McIndoe.
I'm sorry, I wasn't going to speak, but I will very briefly. I'm not going to go over a lot of the arguments because I agreed with much of what I've already heard. Particularly, Councillor Emma articulated the experience I had in the recent by-election, and I do believe that she is correct in saying that that is the overwhelming view, particularly of the people in the East Ward at the moment. I have some sympathy for Councillor Sarah's motion. We have some extraordinarily dangerous roads in the city. Two that I would cite are the intersection of Allison Street and Kahikatea Drive, and the other is the Kahikatea Drive extension. I have seriously thought I'm going to witness fatalities there on several occasions. So unfortunately, I'm not going to support the amendment at this point because I don't believe at this very late stage we've had sufficient opportunity to explore the ramifications of it, but I do believe that it's something that does warrant further consideration down the track. A big concern I have had for some time is that a lot of the what are being described as safety upgrades, I don't believe they always are, have been done against strong community opposition. That should not be the case. We need to hear the message from the community at large. Therefore, I will be supporting Councillor Kesh's motion. I'm disappointed that there isn't a greater impact as far as the rates are concerned, but it's about listening to what the community is telling us about what's being done to the roading network.
So Kesh, you do have right of reply.
Thank you. There have been a few comments about the first year of rates and the impact that this motion might have on that figure. But again, that assumes that we will be getting a 51% Waka Kotahi subsidy, which right now we are all unsure about with the new government. So I don't think we should place emphasis on that first year of the rates until we know more. Safety is a priority for our council, for our city. No one is debating that. If there are intersections, if there are dangerous intersections that need attention, there's a process to bring that forward to committee and to council for us to have a look at those. So this is not attacking safety. Our renewals program is huge. It is multi-million-dollar renewals program over the next 10 years. And those renewals look at footpaths. It looks at our roading network. So again, this is not attacking our renewals or our disabled community. In fact, we will do more to help all abilities in our city thrive. I have not spoken about our high-frequency PT improvements, 40 million over 10 years. Local roads, 15 million. Our bus rapid transit business case, 8 million. Like, we're not touching those. This is just a tiny bit where we're saying, hey, let's just take a breath, slow down. We want to hear you, community, and what you have to say, because you are important. This is your money, not ours, and we're here representing you. So that's what this motion's trying to do. It's trying to open that conversation for us to have it frankly and honestly and transparently with our city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote. Councillors' amendment first, of course. The amendment is Sarah's diversion amendment. I think it's the only time we're quiet, when we're waiting for a vote.
The amendment is lost with 4 for and 10 against.
We will now go to the motion. Which is Kesh's motion, thank you. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, hang on. Can you clear that? Sorry. Sorry, reset. Vote again.
Casting vote.
Hey?
Split. It's a split vote. I need a casting vote, Chair.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to take a, we were going to have a tea break. We're going to have a tea break and I'll put my head around that casting vote for afterwards. So we're adjourned.
What did you vote?
I voted against that. I'm going to vote. decline to cast my vote, which leads us back to the status quo. It'll go into the document. Oh gosh, and it will. I thought that was something. I thought it was something horrible. And then, you know, there's another process through consultation, but I'm not going to use my casting vote for this particular one. Okay, good. Job done.
So it remains unchanged. So the
Unchanged.
motion is unsuccessful.
Unsuccessful.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is you
It's
casting
the-
your vote against it.
It's not. It's me going with the status quo. Thank you. But yeah, because you always have three options, and that is one. Is going with the status quo, and the status quo will be tested through the document. Okay, let's move on. Just before we do though, because we're going to go on to Ewan's, and I don't think that will be a short item either, potentially for debate. And to be fair to staff, I need to tell you that I think we should carry on this evening. It wouldn't be late. We've got another number of options. We stay on for part of the evening and try and be a little bit more expedient with our time. We could all go and do it on remotely, which is not ideal, certainly for this kind of complicated debate. The default day, there isn't one at the moment, so we'd have to find another day to come back, which puts all the staff work back a bit. I'm proposing that we aim at 6 o'clock. That's 2 hours to get through the remaining business. It seems reasonable to me. If we go past 6, we get into a meal allowance situation. Whatever happens today, I won't be going past 8 o'clock, I can tell you that, because I don't think we do any productive work past then anyhow. Is anybody vehemently opposed to trying to get the business done in one day? Well, let's aim at 6. I'm saying my hard line is 8 because I don't think anyone's productive after 8. But, you know, it's the way it is. Okay, let's get on to the next item, which is Ewan's. So we'll get it up. Thank you. This is what you meant, Ewan? Right. Okay. Pardon?
Sorry, she had, Emma had second. Sorry, Emma had second.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
happy to introduce.
Yep. Yep. So I'll ask Ewan to explain it without debating. There's a subtle nuance there, of course, Ewan, but explain it, what you're trying to achieve. You will get a full debate as well, so, and then we'll ask questions. Thank you, Ewan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I have circulated this yesterday and again today once we made some final amendments from feedback from staff. The simple thrust of the motion is to make a significant saving in our OPEX. And it is in the area of making further reductions both in payroll and in consultant services. If it is successful, it will lead to $104 million in OPEX savings over the 10-year period. I have, upon consulting with staff, spoken about the timely manner of the implementation, and you'll note that it doesn't do anything in year one, because in year one we would be consulting with what is quite a significant change in direction. And what you then see is some savings coming in year 3, and then the majority of savings then follow on through the subsequent years. But to be honest, what this is, both an internal and an external request of the Chief Executive to cut staff and to reduce consultancy spend, and not just in levels of service that is traditionally referred to in terms of sweeping streets, weeds, libraries and pools, but also internally about senior management numbers and other areas within council. There you go, Mayor Paula.
Let's go to the discussion, questions. Are there any questions of that? No. There will be. I was going to say there must be. I'll kick off with a question then, just in terms of the staff savings, the additional money. Lance, can you comment on the impact that may have on the organisation?
In what way?
So there's 7% reduction to the personnel budget. Just that one first, the personnel budget, the internal personnel budget. What does that do for us?
Well, what we're going to have to do is look at the way we're operating, and as I've told you through Future Fit's about ringing efficiencies, which we believe we've done, and I've told you consistently that if there was any more, then that would be levels of service cuts, both internal and external, as Councillor Wilson's outlined. So that's what it would be. The work we would have to do would be to take a systemised approach to look at our services, both internally and externally. And we've done this before in previous LTPs, and the approach we would take is looking at what are our critical core everyday life type services, and the things that we have to do by statute. That would be the first thing. So you wouldn't be going anywhere near those because of obvious reasons, that we need to supply water, we legally have to do building consents, etc., things like that. So there's a number of things there. Obviously we need to do civil defence, we need to maintain our roading network to a safe standard and things like that. Dog control, health inspections, a whole lot of statute stuff that we need to do. So what we would do is then look at what are all the other activities that we're involved with, and we've used some criteria previously to look at that. Look, it's always hard to compare big apples with small apples and apples with oranges and that sort of thing, but we tend to do that. There's some judgment calls made, and what's in Councillor Ewan's motion there is that then we would come back to Council with some proposals. Council will consider that, and then we'd go out to the community and do some consultation on that. And I think the timeframes that have been outlined in here allow us to do what I've just described, but also to move through in a way where we aren't having some sort of perverse effects to the budget. If you're talking staff numbers, you're probably talking about 100, around about 100 staff numbers. We have, going through Future Fit, we won't have a lot of vacancies, so you will be looking at making people redundant, and you will have redundancy costs of circa, worst case scenario, 3 to 3.5 million, and that would have to be budgeted for, thus the stepped approach which has been suggested in the motion. So effects on staff, some of them pretty obvious. We've had some of these discussions before, but you would also have to look at just the what's happened, my observations with other councils, restructuring, fatigue, damaging employment brand, and the ability to attract and retain staff. But I think, you know, there are, on the other side of things, there are a number of organisations that have had to work through challenging times and do similar things. So the timeframes would give my team the adequate time to actually work this through in a measured way. Obviously there have to be consultation with the community, but also consultation with staff, unions, etc., etc. So that's sort of just in a bit of a nutshell, Mayor Paula. I'm happy to answer any probably further detailed questions.
I have one other question around the contractors, reducing the 10%, what kind of contractors are we referring to? We're talking professionals? Oh, sorry, consultants. I mean.
Consultants, I
Sorry,
specifically
consultants. What sort
targeted
of consultants? Are we talking professional services or quite what?
Look, we have a range of everything from contractors, large contracts such as the Connect Hamilton contract, which is, you know, a doing contract, for want of a better term, waste minimisation contracts, those sorts of things. But then we have everything through to consultants doing planning work, there's legal advisors, there's technical reports, you know, that Jackie alluded to in a previous item. So there's a range there. We would have a look at those. When we'd come back, we would actually, in an objective way, is actually tell you what the consequences of the cuts would be. And I just want to highlight the word objective and take the emotion out of it, and then just so that everyone's aware of, you know, what would actually happen. And I would be very clear on expectations around levels of service. I don't want to sound cynical, but there have been, I've been in a situation where there's been cuts before, and we've had governors who then expect that we have the same levels of service, even though there's been significant budget cuts. So I think it is about being objective, it's about being realistic, and I think about everyone, you know, having a pretty honest and free and open conversation and understanding of that.
Some of our consultants are up for review at the moment, aren't they? Legal services and one other?
Yeah, so we have, if you look across all of ours, we either go to tender, we have a thing called the Preferred Supplier Panel, which is like a tendered arrangement through CoLab, our shared services company, and there's different timeframes where they're reviewed 2 yearly, 3 yearly, 5 yearly, those sorts of things. So yes, that happens. There are some of those coming up, and obviously we test the market through that process to make sure that we're getting the best value for money and cost optimisation for the ratepayer.
So the 10% reduction in the consultant's budget is supposed to save us 10.4 million in year 3, by year 3, right? Yeah, is that correct? Is that correct?
In that year.
In year.
The 10 years, 104 million.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thank you. Just a question first to the mover. Can we have the motion back up there, please? Councillor Wilson, how did you choose the percentages for each, the staff and the personnel, I should say, and the consultants?
Yeah, happy to answer. So in terms of the staff, it is very similar to the 5 to 6% that the CEO has already encapsulated in his first tranche of process. And so I thought that was a meaningful starting point. The consultants, I simply took a look at the spend and felt that in this current environment, 10% was achievable, but it's an arbitrary figure. It's a figure that I thought would make a meaningful start to reduce our OPEX.
And so is it...
True. And there have, of course, been no cuts to consultants in the first right size.
Do we, I suppose we'll all come back, right? Because I'm assuming, depending on the capital project, there'll be ebbs and flows of when we engage in consultants, technical experts' reports, and when we don't, and when we do, and when we don't. So will that level of detail, because this is coming back to us, right? So in terms of the process, if this is adopted today, that becomes part of the consultation. Mm-hmm. We go out, but we're not telling people, we won't have the information then on what levels of service will be cut prior?
My understanding is no, but I think as Councillor Wilson's explained, that then there's an opportunity for that before the actual cuts happen to actually go out to the community and test the areas that have been chosen. So you will have another round of consultation. You could go out now and say, what do you think of cutting? And you'll get all sorts of different answers. But I think you get more meaningful when you go out with a proposal around internal, external things. You actually have some numbers and some subjects on the page and consequences like we've done previously.
Yeah, okay.
And then you get the feedback. So we all have to have another consultation
So
process.
after that, I'm Blind Freddie would probably say that most of the community will go yes, not knowing what they're saying yes to. They're saying yes to a principle of reduction. Is that the right process though?
So,
And then,
so to answer your question, in that initial consultation document,
Yeah.
there will be an indication that we are making an attempt at these savings,
Yeah.
and that it will involve both internal and external
but not
staff
what.
numbers
Yeah.
reductions.
Yeah,
Subsequently, when all the finer details worked out, possibly as part of an annual plan process, because we've made sure that this is introduced over a period of time, there will be even more specific detail. But it would be unfair to say that the ratepayer wouldn't have an idea that this will mean a service level reduction, right? So it will be very clear, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, that there is a change afoot, and that could mean...
I get that.
Yeah. So
I was
there's
just
no
trying
disguising it.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just trying to understand from a customer perspective what they're saying yes to, but you're saying as time unfolds. So in terms of the process, we'll go out and consult on this. They'll say yes, no to a reduction in level of service over time. After that, once the LTP consultation is all closed, then we'll have the information, and it might be Rogers, Rose Gardens, libraries, lights, whatever it will be in terms of level of service. It's after the LTP closes.
And just through the, and Deputy Mayor, just to add on to that, so once we've got that detail after the LTP is closed, so from post-July this year, it's quite likely that we, through the annual plan for 25-26, we may have to go out and say, just further to our resolution, these are the areas we now are formally intending to cut.
And then we make those decisions as and when with all the information.
Correct. And you'll note that the resolution talks about savings from year 2, so that allows us to get through the annual plan in year 1.
Yeah.
And then time for Lance to give effect to those savings, and of course, noting there that there's only part savings in that year because there are costs and impacts of that to give effect to that.
The model that I'm using is guided by staff.
Yeah.
And they have used the precedent of CEO's efficiencies in the past. What was the...
CEO savings.
CVO savings, where we've done exactly the same.
Yeah.
And so I amended my motion to reflect process and timing guided by our senior SLT.
Look, in a perfect world, back in November,
Yeah.
if council had given us a direction around levels of service, we could have taken what I call a program approach to it around you want less playscapes or whatever, and that sort of thing. Whereas I think the way this is structured is it sort of does it round the other way.
Yeah.
Can I just say there's just one proviso is that, and Blair was probably going to pipe up and say this, is that we still have to talk to audit, and audit took an interest in the CE savings when Richard was the CEO. And now I'm not saying what their opinion's going to be, but we just have to take that into account and let you know about that. They might take a dim view of this, they may not. They might say, well, we're happy with your process because you've thought through your process and that the community does have a chance in the future to actually have a say in it.
Yeah, because what would a dim view look like?
They might say that you haven't identified the particular activities and then they might quote something other local government act adders or whatever.
Yeah.
So, but we don't know that yet.
No,
so, yeah.
no. Okay.
You though, Lance, wouldn't the ideal scenario be when you're going out with a 10-year plan that the people do understand where the savings are coming from?
But there's no time.
I know there's no, well, we can delay consultation slightly.
Well, that's the perfect world. I'll just say, for my team and I to do work over the next 3 months is going to be pretty challenging, because we're actually going through, we haven't even finished Future Fit yet, we're going through Future Fit Tranche 2, and a whole lot of people are getting letters on March the 13th. Staff, we're going out for a consultation with a significant number of staff for what we're doing at the moment. So, and I think the way that Councillor Wilson structured the stepped approach actually gives the a realistic and reasonable amount of time to actually work through the process.
Yeah, I hear that. I am confused about that though, because, you know, people will always want, well, they do out there, they want us to cut, but if they don't, they might want us to cut less or more depending what it is we're going to cut. That's my issue there. So if you, if it turns out that in another year or so, Lance, you come and say, well, that's, we're going to close a library. Just want to, I know you hate the library argument, Ewan, but can they close a library, or you're going to have less dog control officers? Just take your pick, whatever it might be. People might then go, hell no, didn't want that, didn't see that coming. So I'm asking how we get the alignment. That's the uncomfortable bit for me. So I'm just asking, Lance.
I think he's answered it.
How can you give in the consultation document that we're going to have a meeting on, how can you give people at least some decent sense of what it is they would or wouldn't be getting?
Well, I think it's challenging with this process, if I'm honest, but, you know, I don't think any of these processes are perfect, though, when you work through these scenarios. And some of the elected members here were here around in 2012 when we went through talking about levels of service cuts, and there was a lot of feedback from the community, both positive and negative.
I think just to add to C's answer, I think that is why the resolution that Councillor Wilson's promoted is recognising the sensitivity of that and the way to engage meaningfully with the community. So it's a staged approach. So initial discussion, get some thoughts and feedback, we mull on it together, council makes some decisions, and then through the annual plan we further consult. So I think, Mayor Paula, that's the means to engage over a period of time meaningfully with the community.
I might talk to that in debate as much as I get the intent, but let's go through some other questions. Councillor Van Eerston.
Yeah, thank you. Probably to Lance, really, with regard to the Future Fit program and your thinking around there, did you exercise any restraint that can now be enabled through this kind of an approach in future years?
Future Fit was around efficiencies but maintaining levels of service, and we think we've done that in a robust and measured way. This is actually about service level reduction, so they, even though they sound the same, they're actually a little bit different, and now we would be looking at, you know, what internal and external services basically we would be reducing. Did I show restraint? Not really, but I think Future Fit's focus is a little bit different. It's around efficiencies, and we believe we've squeezed the lemon pretty hard on that, and now we are into levels of service cuts.
And through the Future Fit program, was there consideration of the use of consultants, and you know how we engage consultants and at what level?
Well, we look at that all the time. Like I said, we carry out procurement processes. We have staff negotiating on everything from private developer agreements through to Alan doing deals on IT and everything in between. So that actually happens on a daily basis, and we have procurement processes and Igor's team, you know, good team of folk there who advise the rest of the organisation, who are experts. I think we keep an eye on that all the time, and actually when you go to tender, there's no better way of testing the market and we tender a lot of work, and especially our bigger work. And if we don't tender, then we have processes around getting at least 3 quotes and all that sort of stuff. And the preferred supplier panel that I talked about through CoLab is quite comprehensive as well, and goes through a comprehensive process every couple of years.
And so a 10% reduction in that wouldn't leave us in any way at risk or compromised in terms of the outputs that we're looking to deliver for the community?
Well, there'll be less outputs, and yes, it is a risk appetite, and there will be areas where we might decide to get less legal advice or whatever, which is really a question around risk appetite. And so, you know, I think we need to go into this eyes wide open.
Indeed. And in terms of CE savings, the vacancy factor has always been a considerable contributor to meeting that CE savings. How do you think that might be impacted by this proposal?
Well, you're going to have less staff getting paid less money, so you'll get less you'll get less vacancy factor. You know, and we're budgeting for 5%. So 5% on less staff. You know, so you can do the maths on that.
And is Councillor Wilson asking for an increase on that CE savings as well in here?
No. I think he was just likening his suggestion to the previous CE savings that were baked into the 10-year plan.
Okay. Yep. Yep. Thank you. That's all of my questions.
Thanks. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Lance, I know it's hard to, without actually having had the opportunity to do some initial work on this, but do you have any initial thoughts on where these level of service reductions might need to be, and some examples internally and externally?
Well, I've got a highlighted list here of council activities, and there's a lot of yellow marks on it. And there's been through a CoLab exercise looking at shared services. I'm not going to share that today because they're just top of the head stuff I did over chewing a sandwich one lunchtime just recently. But I think we need to be comprehensive and keep an open mind, and if we go through this process. So I'm not going to give you a list now, and because I'm going to get accused that there's the usual suspects of things that we shock horror to ratepayers and that sort of thing. But so I think we need to take a bit of a measured approach to it. But as I said, there will be things outside of what I call, you know, those core, you know, sort of everyday life support type services. You know, we're not going to start cutting the number of people at the water treatment plant or anything like that, because we'd have massive risk issues and legal liabilities and civil defence emergency potentially.
Okay, and I mean, in terms of the percentage, again, this might be hard to answer right now, but in terms of the percentage of our business that you would say is not those critical life or death kind of services, or ones that we're legally bound to carry out, then what percentage of the business is left?
Oh, that's a good question. Are you talking dollars-wise, people-wise, or?
I guess people to start with.
A lot of our money goes into roads, rubbish, and water. You know, significant sums of money, and unfortunately, the things, and I'm talking about outcome areas here, not internal services, outcomes to the community. Quite often, it's the things that add to people's quality of life that would be cut, which we've done previously. You know, we've done everything from cutting lawn mowing through to the number of playgrounds we've done, you know, and everything between. You know, I think we cut the book budget one year at the library and that sort of stuff. So there's, but I think it's actually looking at what's the real core functions in those areas that we carry on with, and then the things which you could add in later on again in a few years' time, when if financial times are better, that's probably the direction we'd take.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. So I was hoping that Tracy may be able to help me just momentarily. Could you remind Council, with the current 25% rate increase, if we chose to balance the books in year 2 rather than in year 1, what reduction of the rate increase would occur in the first year? I think James gets it.
Yeah. To be clear, you mean removing the government measure entirely and balancing the books under our measure in year 2?
Yep.
Okay, I can clarify the question. I can answer it.
I worked it out.
I think you worked it out.
I worked it out.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
I think it was like 20. It goes down to around 20, but
Yeah, I was going to say it's just over 20, I think.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yep. Sorry, and I guess the second question was, and it may be too early, and I think it's maybe too complex for you to tell us, if we did implement this from year 3, when all the implementations start to flow through, saving about 10 million a year, what does that do to the rates increases? Excellent.
Okay, so again, we probably want to put this on the board. Candice, you might want to send it to Amy. So we've done 3 scenarios for you this time based on your question that you also just put before for the last one. So we've got government balancing the books in year 1, balancing the books under HCC over 3 years, and then we've also done a third scenario, which is balancing your books under the HCC, balancing the books measure in year 2. And so we'll just send that up. To be honest, again, it's very minimal as far as what those rates decreases end up being. And you see it obviously from year 3 onwards. The main one, if you're going to compare apples for apples, goes from 13. The top one essentially stays the same, the government balancing the books one. The balancing the books over 3 years, again, based on what we're doing at the moment, so it goes from 15.7 down to 15.3.
Yep.
So it drops it just slightly for that one. And obviously the third scenario is something new, and we haven't really talked about that from a base perspective today.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Mayor
the
Paula,
other one you could do for the balancing the books year 3, so the middle one, see how it's at 20.3% at the moment. You could drop that to be your 19.9%, so again under your 20.
Yep.
But what will happen is your debt to revenue ratio will be about 281, 282. So that'll increase slightly. Again, doable, but again, that's your resilience is
thin.
challenged.
Mayor Paula, I raised this purely in the context of trying to reduce the 25.5, and I know my current motion doesn't give us an immediate fix, but it gives some help further on. My point is, I would no longer be wedded to having to meet the government measure in year 1 if we were implementing a meaningful reduction in subsequent years as a result of right-sizing the organisation. So in theory, we could move immediately to just a 20% or a 19.9, and then would even improve things further on as we went from year 3 onwards and save the 104 million over the 10 years. I just wanted to add that to the mix, which would be part of a subsequent discussion today when we actually have to re-land on what our rate increase is. Anyway.
Year 3.
Well,
Or 2.
or it would actually
2.
end up being year 2.
Okay.
From what James has told me, I think it's year 2, James. Well, that's what.
Well, I mean, they're both there. So the third, the bottom one is balancing the books in the second year under our measure. I just think, just for sort of complete accuracy, so the top measure we're currently on 25.5 and then 4 lots of 14.1. So the impact is years 2, 3, 4 and 5 all have a 0.4% reduction. The balance of the books in the third year, we're currently on 20.4, followed by 4 lots of 15.7. So what we've got there is a 0.1% reduction and then 0.4% reductions. The third scenario is new, so it's difficult to say purely from these numbers now what's the impact of this measure versus just what would have been in this model anyway. But you can see there that's a pathway to balance the books under in 2 years.
There we go. Simple.
Any other questions on this before we start to go into the debate? I just had the one. If this goes through, if there's support for this, what kind of, and you're saying it's going to take you a while to do the work to be able to tell people, to give any transparency to what's going to be the impact of this in years 3, right? Because you haven't got time to do the work right now. What are you going to say? What are we going to say to the general public right now in terms of transparency? What can we say to them to give them a thorough understanding of what this might mean? Because I'm all about, I applaud you for the savings you're trying to make. I'm all about being transparent about the implications of everything that we're doing. So I'm asking you, Lance, what would you be able to say to the public around this? And to be honest, it doesn't matter to me that it's year 3 because Angela made the point before. It's a 10-year plan, and we always do 3 plus 3 plus 3. 3 it's irrelevant, really. It's still in the plan, the 10 years, right? So it's still going to have an implication. Yeah, so the implications are still going to be felt somewhere in the line, is what I'm saying. And just want
probably no more than what I've told you today.
So very little. So it'll go out. Yeah. That we're going to cut staff.
That we wouldn't be cutting day-to-day lifeline type work, but everything else is up for grabs.
Well, and I think through the chair, the work that Lance and the exec team will do will be about putting on the table some options for getting direction from elected members and our residents or ratepayers in terms of what they would be happy with in terms of level of service cuts.
Document in the consultation.
Yeah, and you could ask an open-ended question. I think that was alluded to before, and then the public will give their views, which they sometimes give anyway during the process around even stuff that's not on the consultation document. They quite often give us their views, and you probably get that on a daily basis. So.
Okay, let's go to the debate then. You and you're the mover, so you get to the debate.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Colleagues, I bring this motion today with my good friend Councillor Emma in a legitimate and sincere attempt to try to find some meaningful savings and to right the ship. The difficulty in an adversarial environment that naturally is politics is we often, and I'm included in this, bring ego, and it's quite natural when someone puts forward an idea, there's a natural reaction of taking a position. I'm asking you respectfully not to do that today. I'm asking you to think sincerely about what our proposition is. The proposition is we are under financially challenging times. We are currently struggling to balance our books. We've done it twice in 20 years. We have had a habit of borrowing the gap between real cost and what we rate for, and that is compounded and has added to the complexities we now find ourselves in. I have, and others have, tried really hard to bring forward other proposals to find savings. Frequently they have been in the CapEx area, and frequently we have been shown it makes no difference. The one area that we often don't get to focus on is in the OPEX area. And this is a mechanism where we're challenging the Chief Executive to go through a robust process. I have deliberately taken advice from staff as to the process. I've deliberately heard the staff in terms of the meaningful timing process, and I've heard the Chief Executive say, I think, not wanting to put words in your mouth, it's a robust process. It's a fair process. It may lead to a $104 million saving over 10 years. It won't happen overnight. And look, I accept some of this will be unpalatable. There will be at least potentially 100 people made redundant in addition to the redundancy we already have. We are a large organisation, 1,470 FTEs, going down to 13, just under 1,400 soon. I feel we need to go further. I feel we need to take a real look at the consultants. This is an opportunity to send a clear message to the public. We get the message. We are righting the ship. It doesn't happen overnight. There's a bit of pain. We may have to make people redundant, but this is a meaningful way to reduce the debt. Final point. I have said a lot how I have wedded myself to the importance of meeting the local government balancing the book measure. And I'm trying to say, and I've said that because I was always worried that we were going to kick the can down the road and borrow the difference again. I'm saying now that if we cement this meaningful savings that don't take effect for 3 years, then I believe we have a legitimate argument to say to the public, we're beginning to change direction, the savings are coming, we're going to alleviate the shock of the 25, bring it back to about 19.9, and we're going to save $104 million over the next 10 years. That's the proposition. No ego. Here's your opportunity. We're frequently asked by everyone to come up with ideas. Here's the idea.
Thank you. Moko, Councillor Tauriki.
I understand the thinking behind this motion, or this motion. My concern is primarily at the 7% that we're going to ask our CE to do when we've just told staff they're safe, they've got a job, and then he's going to have to go back out there and deliver them another message in another couple of years. I think there are some positives to this. I'm really keen for us to look at the, as part of this process, to look at the procurement policy that we have, to retest that in here and some understanding amongst our peers, particularly when it comes to consultants. Really keen to look at that part of it. I would like to understand what the makeup of that 10.4 is in terms of staff and consultants, but I do look forward to a more detailed report in the future. So I do entertain the idea of keeping this on the table as part of a considered motion, which is why I would support it today. Kia ora.
Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. At the tea break, I had a look on the New Zealand Herald website, just catching up on the usual news. There's an article, Mercury Energy, higher power bill prices coming, so significant price rises for electricity, which is going to be hitting a lot of residents. Yeah. So that article came out this morning at 11 a.m. Shortly after, just 3 hours ago, Auckland water rates up 25%. And an hour and a half ago, credit outlook worsens for New Zealand councils. Standards & Poor looking at council infrastructure costs and putting 15 more councils onto a negative credit rating. Then there's another article where the Commerce Commission the Productivity Commission is warning businesses throughout New Zealand about more supply chain shocks on the way. these are difficult times. We've got to be doing something. We've gone through this LTP process. Nothing else has come up out of it that achieves the changes that we have here. We're at the end of the process. We've got to be doing something. I haven't seen anything better than this. I don't like this at all, but I don't have any other options left. I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, I'll be supporting this motion. In an earlier item in PX, I talked about sacrifices, and I think everyone around this table needs to walk out of here today disappointed with something, and I'm afraid that includes staff, because we do need sacrifices across the board. The proposed rates rise as they stand unacceptable. So as an organisation, we have to do something about it. In my view, we cannot go out to the community with current proposed rate rises. We often bemoan the fact that, you know, we try to make these cuts and CapEx and it really doesn't make a tangible difference. Well, this does. This does make a difference. 104 million over the LTP years. And I recognise the fact that when you pluck figures out, there's an arbitrary nature to it all, but Councillor Wilson has recognised that and compensated for that with staff by not implementing it straight away. So it allows time to sort out the details of the implications. And if there are some service level cuts with it, then so be it. I would like to think that the service level cuts would be in terms of what we do as a council, what we do and what we don't do. We cannot be all things to all people, but that's what I feel we're trying to do now. I feel we get pulled in a lot of different directions. And there's been a lot of discussion today about core functions, core services, investing in the water assets, etc. And I think that needs to be the focus for me. We need to let some of the things that we do go, unfortunately. And so I look forward to the work on it. I think this, you know, this is absolutely essential for us, in my view, today, before we go back out to our public. Thank you.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. We've heard from our legal advisor this morning that this is not an ordinary year, and that is exactly why we have been forced to revisit some of these tough decisions in the draft today. The motion put forward by my colleague Councillor Bulselin and I, supported with work by a group of fellow councillors, Andrew, Mark, Jeff and Kesh, to cut 7% internal staff and 10% consultants, is one that actually gives me no delight. Making further cuts to staff on top of the cuts of a net 68 staff made through the Future Fit program would not be easy and perhaps may not actually be palatable for our community. However, early feedback from the public, especially from our most vulnerable members of the community, is that they are extremely concerned about the indicative rates rise they are facing. We can't keep borrowing because of our limits don't allow it. Cutting capital projects have minimal impact on rates rises, and so the best way to reduce rates is to reduce our operating expenditure. As we've been told multiple times from staff before, there is no easy way to do this, but a large portion of our OPEX costs are our staff. In the annual plan last year, Councillor Wilson and I put forward a similar proposition, and if I recollect correctly, Council was unanimous in saying service cuts were out of the question. We weren't prepared to cut down opening hours for libraries, pools, reduce weeding and internally reduce comms, customer support, but we must acknowledge our situation is markedly different. And given the uproar in the community, I believe it is our duty to stop and say to Hamiltonians, are you still willing to pay $104 million of ratepayers' money for this? The answer may be yes, but my feeling is, who are we as councillors to tell the public that we outright refuse to make these service cuts? These are unprecedented times, and I think we owe it to the public to ask for their appetite for staffing and service level cuts. Whether or not I or others in the room like it, our motion today simply empowers the residents to tell us what they want. So I encourage my colleagues to support this motion today and give Hamiltonians the opportunity to speak up and tell us exactly how hard do they need us to push. Thank you.
Councillor Casey-Cox.
I agree that this is a difficult decision, but I definitely don't support this motion because I don't think we've got an oversized problem as a council. I think Future Fit has done some right sizing, and I think our Chief Executive has done some great work in that, some really hard work. And I also think that in difficult times you don't give up on your collective good. So yes, the rates increases are high, the proposed rates increases, but we have underrated for quite some time. We have, our median residential rate is lower than many places, including Ngaruawahia, and you know that's a beautiful place, and we're just as beautiful. We need to remember that that there's a lot more expensive places in the country that people could choose to live, but they choose to live here because it's an incredible city, but an incredible city takes resourcing, and that's why we're needing to increase the rates. But in terms of the rates increase, we have to remember too where this has come from in terms of the global pressures that are impacting all councils throughout the country, and they're not of our making. Nobody likes paying. No one likes paying increased rates, but there are no nice-to-haves in this budget that I can see. There's no pet projects in this budget that I can see. I certainly just can't support this because we've already gone through the process of considerable cuts, and I don't want to propose more, particularly when it comes to levels of service and staff. Thank you.
Van Oosten.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Casey-Cox. It's a sentiment that I completely agree with and can't support the motion as it stands. I think it's really easy to pick arbitrary numbers out of the blue and then apply them to a large organisation as we have, under the assumption that there's a lot of waste and inefficiencies, and it's really what it says, isn't it? Our CEO has already developed a Future Fit program, and it's designed to address this very problem. We also note that it's only halfway through its implementation, and so the benefits of it are still to be recognised and realised. To do more would be cutting all the way to the bone, and when we've heard about the service cuts, we're not able to articulate where they might be. We don't have an understanding about what our community might want to drop off or support any further, and I think that's not a strong position to be going out to the community with, help yourself to wherever you want to see the cuts, because you'd have 175,000 people telling you a different thing to cut out. It's really tempting, though, to support the reduction of $104 million worth of OPEX. Really tempting, but we've heard our CEO already say that he hasn't been necessarily restrained in the work that he's done on Future Fit, and that at every opportunity we look to be able to reduce the cost of our consultants. So I remind councillors that we're not the only council grappling with these budgetary restraints and difficulties, that it's a problem experienced by councils right across the country. So let's not lose our bottle, let's stay steadfast, support our CEO, the work that he's doing in his Future Fit program, and look to be able to deliver further savings through the CE savings in future years, which are designed to get a similar value. Kia ora.
Thompson.
Look, if this goes out to consultation, then it sounds like we're not going to have much to give people in terms of really understanding what this would mean, what parts of council services would actually be affected. And so I really struggle with that because people don't actually then know really what they're signing up to. Looking at on the face of it, you'd say, well, yes, of course, cut personnel costs. And that seems like an easy box to tick. But then if it means in the end that the things that we value, on a daily basis within the council actually then I guess the quality of those are reduced, is that what, will people actually want that? So I'm struggling with, I guess, a lack of really transparent, clear choices in front of people when they're looking at this consultation document. And I guess I go back to that last annual plan, and council said, the majority said, we're going to cut an extra 6 million OPEX from the budget. Then we got the list of things that we could cut, came back, and then we were well under that in terms of cuts. And a lot of that ended up just being deferred maintenance and work, that was then came back to us the next year. So what that said to me was that actually, when you look at the list of things that might be discretionary, councillors actually value them and know that the community values them. And so I'm very sceptical in terms of us actually then coming back and seeing this list and feeling that it will be palatable for the community. And Councillor Anna made a good point. Our median rates are 2,838. Tauranga's median rates are 3,744. How long will we keep cutting and cutting away at the services that we provide the community? It's a constant austerity by stealth where we keep cutting away. What is the bottom line for us? So at this stage, I can't support this.
Councillor McIndoe.
Mayor Paula, we all acknowledge this is a very difficult subject, and I have to say it's not something I would have wanted to be addressing in my very first meeting as a councillor. But I'm aware of the fact that when we are talking about redundancies, roles being disestablished, we're talking about people. We're talking about their livelihoods, their ability to pay their rent, their mortgages, to feed their children, and all the other things that go with this sort of uncertainty. I'm very mindful of that. But the fact of the matter is, some have said our position is difficult. It's not. It's dire. Our current financial position cannot be ignored. There have to be cuts across the board. I would like to think that perhaps in some way we personally would be part of that sacrifice, because I think that that is absolutely inevitable. I can't give facts and figures, but anecdotally I'm aware of quite a significant increase in reverse mortgages. Older people who are now unable to pay their rates without going back into remortgaging their properties in a way that gives them real vulnerability as older people. So I don't think we've got any choice but to look for the very significant savings across the board, and this is one component where we know there would be a real impact. And I want to conclude just with making the point, and I'm sorry to sound a bit like a cracked record, but having just been through a pretty intensive by-election campaign, there were two topics that came up again and again and again, and I did engage with many, many people in different circumstances. They were the disruption to our roading network and the proposed 25.5% rate increase. And there is real pain, particularly for those on low and fixed incomes. The prospect of a 25.5% rates increase is cruel and really, really distressing. So while what we're talking about is distressing for those who might be impacted by it, we are giving some time to the Chief Executive to help to ensure that this can come about. Please also be mindful about those who are impacted by the proposed rates increase. We can't support 25.5%.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to keep saying this. I didn't support the 25% rates increase because I think it took no account of affordability for ratepayers and ignores the real issue, which is not a spending issue, it's a revenue issue. Our local government revenue is broken. Putting that aside, because we can't deal with that today, Councillor Ewan has asked us to sincerely consider the proposal, so I hope that he sincerely considers that I have done that. And it is extremely tempting to support the motion, and I agree with the intention behind it. My concern is the execution. Every new member, and I'm going to look at some of you in this chamber that have joined, with the exception of Councillor McAdoo, no, because you haven't said this, has said in this chamber and looked at the likes of myself and Councillor Wilson and said to us, what you did in 2012 was wrong. You reduced levels of service. You turned the lights off, you closed the libraries, you reduced sweeping on roads. And Councillor Wilson, I respectfully remind you that many times in this chamber you have brought up the 2012 budget, the levels of service, the LTP that we went through, this very similar, because you're targeting, you've got consultants in there. This very same proposal about going out to the community with levels of service didn't work, and then we had to play catch up. And in fact, last year, I think some of you still said we were playing catch up. So for me, I respect the intent. Good on Councillor Wilson for putting this up, because it's really hard to look at a budget like this. And Councillor Bitter said we have no choice. We had a choice last year. We started and we looked line by line by line by line, every levels of service, and none of you wanted to slow the fixing of potholes or mow the grass less. So, Councillor Wilson, it's very tempting and I respect what you've done, but for those considered reasons, at this point in time, I can't support your proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I will be supporting the motion. I appreciate the work that's gone into it by fellow councillors. Look, when you're running a business, and you know, council is a big business, I was told that when I got here, there are things that you have to do when you're in debt. You need to reduce unnecessary expenses, and you need to optimise your supply chain. Or the other option is to refinance your existing debt at lower rates. I'm sure we've looked at that. I have all faith in the finance team, knowing that they've turned over stones wherever possible. You know, or the other alternative is seek new funding sources. Well, we kind of don't have that luxury. We're in a tight situation, and the fallout or the damage that will be from reducing our service levels, unfortunately, will be staff. But we are we're a top-heavy organisation full of FTEs who are unfortunately some of them are going to have to, face reality that if this was a private business, we'd be doing exactly the same thing. And believe me, I've been there and done it, and it doesn't get any easier. It hurts. I'm an empath by heart, and I know what it feels like to have to sit across the table and tell someone, I don't have a job for you. I've been through it. But you know what? You do it, you move on, and it creates a little bit more resilience. The last point I would make is that, to further reiterate what Councillor Bitter said, we've got a credit rating fraternity looking over us at the moment. Do we want to be the council that leaves the legacy of being taken over by commissioners because we didn't make the hard decisions? I don't want to be. Pardon?
Point of order.
I'm done. No.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, you're chairing.
Is there, well, I know, because we sit for hours. Point of order is what, Angela?
I'm just deciding.
I think we should just deduce from that you were unhappy with that last remark.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Thank you. And thank you to Councillor Wilson and Pike for bringing this forward. We can all agree that times are tough for everyone, not just this council, not just for Hamilton, but the whole country is in pain. Do we want to reduce levels of service? Hell no, we don't. That's the last thing we want. And being chair of community, I know that we will be the low-hanging fruit. You know, let's just close the library, call it a day. But that's not what, personally, that's not what I would want to see. So I like the wording of it being internally and externally, because, you know, there could be other avenues for savings, not just targeting the libraries and the pools as the first cab off the rank. We have a broken funding model, agree. We can't borrow anymore. We've all seen the figures. So what do you do, right? And we don't have many choices left. So yeah, I don't disagree with anyone and anything that anyone has said. It's bloody hard, and these decisions are really hard. So, you know, it was a good reminder listening to the swearing-in ceremony this morning, and the words faithfully and impartially have stuck in my head all day. And it was a really good reminder because, you know, we need to do what we can to help the vulnerable and those on fixed incomes afford to live. So as much as I don't want to, I will be supporting the motion.
I agree that the 25% is too much. And like the Deputy Mayor, I didn't propose it in the original budget. And like the Deputy Mayor, I didn't vote for it either, for all those points of affordability. I also agree with right sizing, but I hear the Chief Executive say in his quiet way that further reductions will lead to significant service level decreases. But this is the issue I have with that. Not that there will be some, it's that we just don't have any idea. There's no honesty or transparency at this point in time about what they would be. We don't know what it will lead to for our city, so we're asking people to agree with cuts that they have no idea what that means. If we had some more, if we had the time to do some of the modelling, if we had the time to be more open with the community about what it means, I'd be over the line on this one. But possibly not to the extent that Ewan has proposed in his motion. It just seems a pretty brutal cut. I guess we have to empower the residents to have their say, but not in an uninformed way. We've got to give them some information about what it means, is how I feel about it. I'm not quite as rigid as some are on the balancing the books, when and how. I think we need to make some movement in that, and I'm certainly open-minded about some other cost improvements, some costs to be reduced. I just don't see what they are with this particular motion. Like Moko's idea around procurement, especially with consultants, I think there's some things that we need. I think somebody made the comment before about having eyes wide open. Well, you can't have your eyes wide open if you don't know all the detail. You only have them, you're only peeking at the problem rather than really understanding that problem. So until we do get to the point where I know exactly what the ramifications of this motion would be, I'm going to vote against it. Good debate in the public realm though, so the public will have heard this, they will have understood what the intent we're trying to do, and they will have a say. But to put no detail is giving them a yes or no question, and I think I want a more reasoned question to the ratepayers. And you don't seem to have the time to put that together, and that's what bothers me the most. So let's go to the vote. Oh, right of reply. Sorry.
So
Thank you. This, in my opinion, is an incredibly important watershed moment. We're at the most important decision this council and this term will make. This is it. In the debate, I've heard that the motion raises optics of lack of honesty, lack of transparency, and it's not fully formed. Those were the exact words that I've just heard. When I started this discussion today, I asked every one of you to put our egos aside and just to look at the material facts in front of you. And I hoped by doing that, that there would at least be no hypocrisy and that there would be clarity. And it amazes me that we have spoken a lot about, or some have, the fact that there's not enough detail. There's no transparency to the community about what we're implementing in light of us having all, at previous stages in this process, signed off savings of future-proof. That didn't give individual micro detail of where the staff cuts would, where the savings would be. It was on an in-principle discussion, and it all went out for public consultation. But you're now drawing a deliberate, in my opinion, distinction because it's convenient. Can I remind councillors, we're talking about $140 million a year we pay in payroll and consultants. And I believe that the cuts I'm suggesting are transparent, are honest, and are meaningful. The debate about the rates, let's talk about the rates. The 25.5% rate increase was the most honest, transparent proposal this chamber has said, compared to every other proposition, which was simply the continuation of what we've been doing for decades. We can't cut the spending. We don't want to go out with the true cost. We'll pick an arbitrary figure in the middle and borrow the difference. This is why we're in the same mess. This motion gives you an opportunity to reduce the first year rate increase. If we then reset the rates after this debate down to about 20%, it enables you to save $104 million over the 10 years.
You're a long way over time. Last sentence.
31 seconds, Mayor Paulette. Yeah, well, actually, you have. Often people find it really painful when people are speaking accurately and are eroding their own narrative.
This is getting really personal now. Come on.
I'll give you another 10 seconds to wrap up, please. Thank you.
Again, I respectfully, and I have respect for some elected members on the left who've had at least the courage to land on a rate increase that covers the spending. So I hope that doesn't change. I hope the likes of Councillor Louise and Councillor Anna and the Councillor Sarah still have... Sorry, you gave me 10 minutes. 10 seconds.
Yes. Point of order. Don't play the people, play the issue. That's what we do in this chamber. Talk about the issues, not the person.
Mayor Porter, in light of the issue that you raised about honesty, transparency and being uninformed, that seems rather hypocritical. But I'll leave it on that note.
Okay, excellent. Good idea. Thank you very much. Let's go to the vote.
The motion's carried, noting 8 for and 6 against.
There you go. Okay, excellent. And all that hurly-burly cutting for us, I can't even remember where we are on the agenda, so just give me a second. We will have a 5-minute break. There. If we work past 6, but we probably, hopefully we won't, no disrespect. Yeah. Okay, so, we need to go through Angela's motion on the water.
This one first.
Oh, this one? The Three Waters capital and operational budgets. There is the staff recommendation. Is that the one we're putting up? Which is Angela's? No.
Oh, that's to do with the next one, which is water meters.
Okay, oh, that's just to do with water meters. Okay, I'll move. Is there a seconder? Councillor Thompson? Okay. All right. Do we need to talk to it very much? Because we've had all the talk on it. We know what we're doing. We're reinstating for the purpose of the budget, the Three Waters years 3 to 10. Anybody need to know anything more? Are there any questions? No? Okay, we'll get into debate. Did you have a question, Andrew? No, I was wanting to go straight to the vote. I'm just going to say a very short debate, and that's that so the public are aware what has happened here, as we were illegally obliged to put the Three Waters in for 2 years, of course, after which we may have been in the form of another entity. We were transitioning into another entity, and now we're not transitioning into that entity. But all balls are up in the air because we'll have to transition into some sort of effective and efficient way of managing our waters going forward. Because no matter how you look at it, the numbers in outer years, past years 3, are really big, are really, really big. And this should not come as a surprise to anyone, because the Infrastructure Commission, the Productivity Commission, Local Government New Zealand, Treasury, a whole bunch of people have been pointing out the huge costs that are coming our way because of infrastructure burden. And we can all take some responsibility over many decades for underinvestment in New Zealand. There is a bit of that. And some of that has been about constraining rates, by the way, and not making the investments that you needed to make in a timely fashion. And some of it is a consequence of how fast Hamilton is growing, how many more people are coming to live here, how many more water services we need. And some of it is a consequence of government upping the expectations around water quality, for drinking, for the quality of wastewater treatment, not to mention stormwater that we have very limited touch over. We've never done a lot with stormwater, fair to be say, and now it looks like we will have to do something going forward with stormwater. So I guess I could almost say I told you so in some respects to this issue, because it is no surprise to me how big these numbers look, and it's not comfortable, and I don't like it, but it's something that we're going to have to put our heads around. How do we do better? How are we more cost effective and efficient in delivering our water services, which is a conversation for another day. Does anybody else want to debate? No? Okay, cool. Here. Let's go to the vote. Thank you.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Angela's water demand management motion. So Angela, do you want to explain what you're trying to achieve here, please?
A little bit of toing and froing with staff advice. So essentially we are going for option 2 that's in the report, that there is, why is there 2 million for? It was 1.5, wasn't it? We're leaving the 1.5 million in year 3 for a business case, but that sits out in year 3. This is not supporting, this removes the 53 million capital amount of installing water meters. And this asks staff to work on the Hamilton's response to local water done well, and that those costs be ring-fenced, and also request a communication plan. The intent of the motion is to not put the cart before the horse in terms of let's this council decide on how we are going to deliver water, and let's take the community on board with that without determining the outcome of already saying, well, we're having the conversation, but we've put in 53 million. So that's the intent of the motion.
I'd like to move an amendment, which is the staff's recommendation on page 39, that we put at least for budgeting the cost of the water meters. I think that's E in the staff's recommendation. I have no idea. Do I have a seconder? Yeah, thank you.
And why is it 2 million?
Jeff is the second. Didn't you? No,
yes,
no.
yes, Councillor Taylor, yeah.
Okay, cool,
And
thank
just,
you.
why is it 2 million?
Question staff, why is it 2 million? What, sorry?
Page 174.
Who seconded? Mark.
Oh, no.
What's that?
2 million. I heard in this chamber 1.5.
Can somebody clarify that? What is the actual cost? It's 2 million. There seems to be a dispute over that. Where did we see the figure originally? Where was it derived from? So we can just get that clarified. Because the mover and seconder need to be clear what they. Where's the 2 million come from, please, Jackie?
It's in attachment 4,
Yep.
intelligent.
So it's page 175, is it?
174.
174.
Where?
That 2 million.
Yeah, I'm on
2 million and then the 50 million,
Yep.
50 million after it.
Water demand management, oh, okay, universal water metering, la, 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 la. There's no,
It's a 2026, 27, that's that line, right? Yeah.
Have you got it, Angela?
oh, well, yeah, I mean, it just says there's 2,600,000, doesn't say what it's for. Oh, is it $2,600,000?
Okay, you happy with that number? Because that's the number in the report. You're the mover. Angela?
I'm not comfortable with $2 million
What did you think
for
it
a
was?
business case. It's in year 3, so effectively it sits outside the process because we come back and start oh no, we don't. For
No,
year
we
3,
don't.
we start at.
This effectively puts it out for consultation at that level.
No,
And you-
we
and you
just,
can't
we were just
capitalise it.
comfortable in, no, understand that.
Yep.
We were just slightly more comfortable with 1.5 million.
Well, it's,
I'm not I know, but
to be honest, it's your motion, so you can.
Change it, make it 1.5.
Can I have some clarity about what you want to achieve, what you want to do?
Pick an arbitrary
all
figure.
right.
I know you don't like doing
I
arbitrary
don't like
figures.
doing that, no, but I do have a massive issue with that amount for a business case, but.
So you're going for 1.5?
And I'll just point out too that we've changed the wording. It's a water demand management business case, not a water metering business case. So we're taking a wider approach, yeah. But obviously things are going to change between now and then.
All right, so there it is, and then there's the staff one. Any questions?
Someone had a question,
We'll whip through some questions and then we'll go into debate. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, I just wanted to understand the ring fencing, like B and C, a little bit better, in case that's, regardless of which way we go, that's still worth considering. Well, in terms of, sorry, I just want to understand what they mean. So as to whether I might ask the movers and seconders whether they'd consider adding that in or not.
Adding
the local water done well costs being ring fenced. Is that what does it mean by which costs would be ring fenced?
the whole project. So the whole thing. I'm trying to provide full transparency as we go through the journey of how we're going to deliver Three Waters to our community. I want them to be able to see from day one, effectively, we've just spent 350,000 because I know that we're going to apply for that from the DIA. That's the final amount. So that's the first item that might be on that line, as an example. It's for full transparency as we move through and make a final decision on how we deliver Three Waters for the community.
Right.
This is, B and C are 100% about transparency and communication and bringing the community along with us.
So Councillor Sarah, if I may, what we would do in the background is actually create a project
Yeah.
internally and have all the costs sitting against it. And then in my report that I bring through in the Finance Committee, I would have a new section that basically says, here was your budget and here's the things that we've been spending it on. A bit like we've been asked to do that for the water transition money as well. So same thing, we have a separate project for that. We've got the revenue and we've got all the costs associated to it, and we're bringing that forward to a committee to share that. So that's kind of all I think your main.
Yeah, absolutely. And also because that I'm kind of trying to respond to one of the questions someone asked around, well, what about all that other work we did a decade ago? You know, surely that can't be not captured in this with the CCO that we were working on. And so I'm trying to let people follow the money.
So I just wanted to clarify that point C of Deputy Mayor's motion is not captured anywhere in the staff rec. The draft comms plan is not in the staff rec. Yeah. Would Councillor Wilson consider adding it to the staff rec? You can say no. I just thought I'd ask.
So just repeat the question, sorry, Louise.
C, staff prepares a draft communication plan, etc.
Yeah.
Would you consider adding that to the staff rec?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. I will allow you to steal it.
I am humbled by your understanding this.
That was my question.
Casey Cox, you guys do want to go home eventually this
Yeah, we
evening, right?
do.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Just a question around the 1.5 versus the 2. So when Jackie talked about the business case, I just want to understand what we would lose in not having 0.5 million. Would we lose community
Jackie,
engagement?
can you answer
for
that
example?
question?
With the leave of my seconder, we will be comfortable in adding B and C because it helps with transparency and it's just material. Yeah.
Okie doke, that's
Thank
good. All right, Jackie.
So we'd have to have a look at the scope. I think that engagement is a critical part of the scope, so that wouldn't be an area where I think we'd turn down. But the scope of the detailed business case, which we talked about earlier, is probably something that we would look to review.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of the $1.5 million OPEX, would there be, should we go ahead with water metering, the opportunity to retrospectively get that back into capitalised? There would not. Well, that's a bit mean.
Nice try. No. So remember, this is what we call, essentially this business case is a feasibility study. So what it's trying to do, and especially under Deputy Mayor's one, around the water demand as opposed to water meters, which is quite different in the sense that actually what is the output from that business case. It might not be a water meter, so you might not be going into that $50 million of putting water meters. I don't know the answer. So it's not until you make that decision around what is that next stage and what are you going to do, as soon as that decision's made, you can start capitalising from that point. But this is a great example of a true feasibility study around what are your options to go through to. Yeah, so sorry, but no.
Okay, cool. Any other questions for, okay, let's go into debate. The amendment goes first, but I'll let the mover obviously speak first.
This is just, well, first of all, I'll point out that it's 500,000 savings from Councillor Wilson's consultant fees. So yeah, well done. This for me is actually a result of all of the angst around the transport projects right now. The big piece of work that we need to focus our minds and we need to shift the community is on water. We know that this will be the most significant level of service change in the history of the city if we change. The most significant level of service. So this needs to dominate our conversation. In responding to the unrest that's out there with transport projects, it is about communication. So that's what B and C for me is all about. I want us to take a step back. I'm so disappointed that we even had a few pages in the briefing when we first came back to council that mentioned the word water metering, because I thought, again, here we go, cart before the horse. I don't want us to be driven by what government wants. I want us to plan our own future for our own residents in this space, but we do still need to take into account the government's local water done better. So it is Hamilton's response, and that's what it's about. The communication plan is me absolutely getting into the kitchen, and I know we're not supposed to do that, but it is a lack of comms that has contributed on some occasions to some of the angst that's out there, and I am not going through what I have personally gone through with transport. Apparently it's all my fault or it's all Councillor Hutt's fault when it takes 8 or 9 people around this table. I am not going to go through that with water when it is the most critical element. And the Mayor has quite rightly said around stormwater, and we have got a wave of decisions coming to us, and we have to be transparent and take the people of this city on that journey. So that's what this is asking you to do, without putting in the money, which looks like we've already made up our minds. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. On this issue, I think the staff have got it absolutely right. And they've got it absolutely right for the following reasons. They are mindful that by including the future spend of 52 odd million, that they can capitalise the business case. The amendment, Councillor, the Deputy Mayor's motion creates a OPEX spend, helps consultants, and we can't capitalise it. So the ratepayer is 1.5 million behind already from get-go. I do not buy into this argument that the water meter, the water issue is overly complex. We know that either we're going to create a CCO that's going to look after Hamilton Water, or a CCO that's going to look after Hamilton Water and other regional partners, or it's going to stay within council and council's going to look after waters. Either way, we need a water management process that is robust, and all the data shows that that is best fulfilled by water meters. We know that the reality is the introduction of water meters helps delay other assets. I am convinced that the general public will understand why we are putting a future spend for water meters in the LTP. Because whether it's a CCO or whether it's council, I believe that's the right thing to do, and it maximises our ability to add that initial business car spend in as a capital cost. So it's the right thing to do, it's financially the right thing to do, it shows leadership that the issue of water, keeping in mind that we know our current consumption will mean we'll run out of our consent. And I believe when we apply for another consent, the commissioners or the regional council are going to be saying, show me your meaningful steps you've taken to reduce the consumption of water. And with no water meters budgeted in the plan, what's our proposition?
Councillor Taylor.
Mayor of Southgate. I support and have seconded the Deputy Mayor's motion because I think it's measured and in proportion with the action that we need to take at this point in time. We don't have to go over the top on initiating this water meters project right now. And I think the amendment goes too far in that respect. This motion is explicit, it's ring-fenced, we are going this far, and that's as far as we're going at this stage. We're taking things step by step. And as Councillor O'Leary says, it allows us time to bring the community with us. For me, the amendment is too much like pressing a button and starting this bandwagon and watching this train take off from the station without the ability to stop it. I've seen it happen before, where we start a process, we get the business plan done, then it gets to the next stage, oh, we've got to carry on now, and then the next stage, oh, well, we've invested too much now, we've sunk too much, we just carry on and we carry on. And I don't want to see that happen here. I want it to be a methodical, step-by-step process. And I think the amendment is premature, particularly at a time when we're under such financial stress. We don't know everything that there is to know about the government's plans for water provision and about the shape of how we, as a region, will provide water services. So let's not jump the gun here. And secondly, in my view, going with the full $53 million plan sends a signal, a premature signal to the community about our intentions with water meters when we have yet to have that conversation with them. Whereas the motion draws a line under the sand after the initial work. Is there anything else I want to say? Yeah. We've heard from staff today that the government is not yet prescriptive on water meters. Conversations with ministers are one thing, but at this stage, this doesn't tempt me to commit to a $53 million over 10 years. I think it's time to be pragmatic and not overly commit ourselves on this. Thank you.
Mr. Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I really appreciate what Councillor Ewan has been trying to do all day. This particular one, water meters do have some complexities, and I do see some value in a detailed business case that I cannot understand how it could ever be $2 million. So I am very pleased with what Deputy Mayor Angela has done in recognising that and starting Councillor Ewan's consultant cuts. So good work. Some of the complexities of water meters. Tauranga City Council is currently going through a program of replacing 26,000 water meters. The reason they give is that water meters slow down over time and get less accurate. Maybe there are some new technology that might be longer lasting, digital accurate, that we could explore instead, so there are problems that might be solvable. Waipa had lots of problems with cross-lease sections because their policy was to only have one water meter per section. If you apply that to Hamilton's unit titled townhouses, that's an enormous problem. So there are a lot of issues that still need to be resolved before we fully commit to a particular program, and I want to see some answers first. So I am supporting Deputy Mayor Angela's program.
To this issue. Okay. Oh, Councillor Thompson.
We're going to hit the limits of how much water we can draw from the river in the next 10 to 15 years. Based on our current usage, we do not have enough water for everyone who will move to live in Hamilton over the next 15 to 25 years. We cannot, so I don't see us having much choice in terms of water meters because firstly, we do need to look at ways to reduce overall usage, but secondly, we will have to go and apply to increase the amount that we can draw from the river, and when we go to do that, we'll be asked, what have you done to manage water? So I think that water meters are coming. It's just a question of when we implement that, really, and how we do it and how we set up the charging system for that. But to begin with, I think doing the business case and working through those details is important. So I'm still deciding on which one I go for, but I did want to just say also, when we look at increasing our debt limits with, say, LGFA, if we're able to go down that track of being able to just deliver water ourselves with a higher debt limit, at least for waters, I suspect that we're going to have be asked about water meters as well, and that's going to be a strong preference from lenders. If we're going to have our debt capacity increase, they're going to want to see traction on putting in meters, and so we may see ourselves discussing this again sooner than later, if that is a condition of borrowing. So I'm still considering. Someone else is welcome to talk.
See if you can persuade Sarah.
Yeah, I think this water meter conversation is well overdue. I think we have the largest populated city that is doing a better job at using water than us. That tells me that we are very poor, that we think that this water is infinite, that it's just going to last forever. That's the behaviour and attitude that we as our city, as Hamiltonians, have in the treatment of water. That is terrible. That is not the way we need to move into the future. I believe that Te Ture Whaimana, o Te Awa, is going to ask us to set these types of expectations around what our efforts are going to be in terms of water. And our response should be what the recommendation in the report is asking of us. I think it's prudent of us. I think our team, over the time that I've been here, are very qualified in the areas of expertise. And I think we need to take on board the type of efforts that are required when they go in and look at when we're not just talking about drinking water, we're talking about 3 waters, all the waters. That's what we're talking about here, whānau. And so that requires quite a bit of work. We heard some of it last year, and the reason why I'm supporting Councillor Wilson's or the recommendation is because of the knowledge and the information that has been presented to me over the last 18 months, or however long I've been here. So kia ora tātou.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. As staff has highlighted today, there is a looming deadline for our water allocation, and Hamilton is looking that with our projected growth, we will dry up before then. It is also clearly signalled by central government that water demand management tools will be required, so there is an urgent need to react. But as we've learnt before, steaming ahead with rush projects has unintended consequences, and perhaps some of the examples in Councillor Andrews' debate showed this. This will have a financial impact, and we need to fully understand the options and implications, as well as full consultation with the public. So I will be supporting Deputy Mayor Angela's motion to stop and look at this from all angles before we allocate spend to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Sorry, I was thinking about pizza. Look, I've seconded Councillor Ewan's motion, and I do intend to support it. I come from a background of believing that there's a user pays system, and that the time for, to back up Councillor Moko's comments, the time for us to manage our resources better is becoming what it's now. And but I really do appreciate Deputy Mayor Angela's comments around following the consistent narrative around localism, and I really do appreciate that. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, we will go to the vote. Oh, right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. I think Councillor Thompson, I know she won't have missed the point, but maybe she has, and Councillor Tawariki and Councillor Donovan, I think you are missing the point. This is not a motion for or against water meters. This is not a motion for or against water meters. If you add the capital amount of 53 million to purchase 66,000 water meters, you're going to hear from the community that you have already made up your mind. This is not a motion for or against water meters. Councillor Wilson was absolutely right when he said the water issue is not overly complex, but also Councillor Taylor is right to say that actually it is, because it is to our community. Remember, councillors, recently the Founders Theatre debate, shall I bring that up? Remember Councillor Wilson, my good friend, his outrage at when we found out there was $800,000 in the budget to demolish it before we'd made the decision to demolish. And now we're putting in $53 million in the budget before we've made a decision. It is premature. Councillor Taylor's absolutely right. That's what this is about, and this is about taking the community with us. Thank you. Did I do my job, Councillor Thompson? Thank you.
Let's go to the vote. We take the amendment first.
The amendments, the staff report, which is my one, with the
The amendment is lost, noting 10 against and 4 for.
So this, what? Where am I at? That was lost. So we go to the motion now. Vote for the motion.
That was an annihilation.
But we all know what's in the future.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Well done.
Oh, yeah. Don't even get me started. Right, where are we up to now? We're up to...
Are you going to string it out?
17 minutes actually, 17 to say.
What time is it before you do get there? We don't. We don't apparently get anything either, by the way. No, we're just going to... We used to have it, Anyway, we'll...
There's 4 nut bars in there.
Right.
Is that counting the top table?
He just said there's 15.
The council requests that staff include in the draft budget. Okay, Councillor Casey Cox, could you please can you tell us
I'll just explain it.
Yes, please.
So just in our conversations over the last, few months, we've talked about a number of things that we're obviously going to explore in this working group, rates review working group. And I guess my motion is really just to ensure that we make that piece of work clear, or that we're doing that piece of work clear to our community, because I think, yeah, there've been lots of good ideas presented to us around what we could do differently. And
Yes, I've known about a rates review working group.
yes, I discovered it along the way when I asked.
I can clarify on this.
Well, it's not really, I don't know what it's called. It's called a, what is it called?
So the resolutions from the council meeting of the 28th and 29th of November created what it was called as a rates working group, although arguably that's slightly misleading because the group hasn't actually been formed. There's not people on it yet, but it requires us to come back before the annual plan next year with work on a range of options which we were considering earlier in the long-term plan process and decided we didn't have the time to pursue them to a long-term plan timetable, so we decided to do that to a slower timetable, i.e. the annual plan.
Has that been populated, that working group? Or?
No, the group doesn't physically exist yet. It's just there's a requirement for us to set up a group and to do that work before the next annual plan.
It has to be done now.
No, it's just to make it explicit that we're going to do that work in the consultation document.
The motion already implied in November implied that this would be covered. This just makes it explicit and requires us to talk about it in the consultation document.
There is a consultation document working group which probably would have sufficed to pick this up.
But I'm not on it, and I really do care about these things, so I just want them to be highlighted. Because we did debate them, but we didn't have, they're good ideas that we're exploring.
Right, let's go to the debate if there is any. You've explained it pretty comprehensively, so you might not have a lot more debate, but you don't? Anybody else want to debate? If not, we go to the vote. Multitasking.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Okay, now we're doing the... So you're going to put the table up? So this is the last thing, guys. This is the rates. On the PX, we've we're going to do a procedural motion, which I so move, and get into a second, whatever, which moves it into another meeting. It moves it into... Pardon? It's going to strategic growth.
Strategic growth for a slightly sooner approach. Which one is it?
Yeah, it's been moved. It's going into strategic growth team because it gives us more time to have a proper debate, less pressured. Don't think we need to talk about it anymore. Any more questions on it? No, it's pretty straightforward, right? Let's go to the vote. We're voting on... We're just pushing the other item that's in PX. Reset.
It's looking ready, isn't it? No, you don't want to come in.
Are we back?
The motion's carried unanimously.
Right, now to the rates. The rates. Let's do it. I've got a motion, haven't I?
She's just writing it.
Unusual unity between the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Wilson on this.
You mean the Mayor and Councillor Wilson, because you bumped me off the ticket.
Yeah, that's right.
You didn't ask, you just told me. And you're out, I'm in.
It was, I learned from all of your fist pumping.
We all have our mannerisms, don't we, Ewan? That's what you do.
We're waiting just for Amy to finish typing real fast and trying to get it to come up onto our screen. Any screen would be a choice.
Hey?
No.
And your eyes.
drum roll now. Okay, are you ready? Everyone listening? Good. Okay. So after a little bit of discussion during the last couple of breaks and modelling everything that we've done today, we have taken the government balancing the books measure off the table. One, obviously, it was quite a high rates and no one seemed to want that anymore. The second thing was, regardless of if we moved it to 2 years or 3 years, we couldn't make it work from a debt to revenue ratio perspective. So that's now being dismissed. So now the option that we've got left on the table, which Mayor and Councillor Ewan are supporting, is using our own balancing the books measure with balancing the books in back to year 3. What that does do though, so just in the year 1, you'll see it's 19.9, so we've got it below the 20%. It does put the debt to revenue ratio at that 281. So remember, we're allowed to get to 285, so your tolerance level is a little bit less, but it does make it work to be the 19.9. If I move that back to the 280, it goes up to about 20.5. So that's the reason why we've manipulated that. You'll then see in years 2 all the way through to year 5, we've kept it at the same. And what that does is you'll see in the middle there, so years 5 and 6, we're up to the 274. So remember, our debt to revenue ratio jumps down to 280 in those years. So again, what we've just done in those years, because you'll see that's where the pinch point has always been. So we've built a little bit of resilience in there around those years, because that's where some of these larger capital items that we've been talking about today start coming in. So we've kind of smoothed it a little bit. So you've got years 2, 3, 4 and 5 at that 15.5%.
Okay. Any question? Oh yes, there are. Councillor Hutt.
I apologise if it's one of the tiny numbers on the screen, but Tracy, could you tell me what, like the difference between 281% and hitting the debt cap, what's that in a dollar figure?
So you mean going up to the 2.8, what do you mean, the debt cap? So the headroom?
Yeah.
How much?
Like, is there a dollar figure for what that difference is?
Yeah, there will be, and Sarah will figure it out in a minute. So next question, please.
That was my only question.
Thank you.
So just in terms of the relatively low contingents we have there, my one concern is if, say, some of the transport revenue doesn't come to fruition, then I guess, does that put us, and we don't actually find that out until after we've kind of signed off, then is that just, does that mean we just need to go back to the Finance Committee and then look at further ways to address that?
Yeah, it's a really good point. And again, remembering this is just to take us through draft consultation, and as you know, things are going to change during consultation, and things will change in this current year, which will affect next year. So all of that, of course, will come into play for our final adoption. So one of the things that we do and very conscious of, and we joked about it, but it's actually coming to fruition, is deferrals. So at the moment, the deferrals coming out of this year, much to Councillor Ewan's delight, is a lot less than what we've actually budgeted for and what we're anticipating for this long-term plan. So that's where that resilience number starts becoming really critical as far as what can we do. With regards to all of those waka kotahi and subsidies and things like that, just as we talked about earlier, we would have to bring that back to council if it wasn't going to work within our financial strategy and ask you to make some further decisions. And just like we've done that before. So things are going to change, but this is obviously as good as we've got right now with the numbers that we have.
Thank you.
Casey Cox.
Oh, just quickly, so what's the interest that we're carrying with the deficit?
It'll be probably about 1.5 mil because you're not getting that 5% increase in that first year. So it's probably an extra $1.5 million just over, but because you've got the 2 years now quite a lot tighter together, so it's probably not the same effect as the $3 million, which is what we talked about in the original calculation that we did.
Okay, thanks.
Just to answer your question, councillor Hutt, it's approximately $12 million in that resilience.
Mayor Paula, could I just raise one additional point, just in case it changes the motion? You'll think I'm going off topic here, but it comes back to the rates rise. So in November, we had a resolution which sort of dictated what we should consult on, and one of the things that we said we should consult on is questions concerning the period over which council should balance the books. Now, my assumption, this is for we'll have a consultation document working group later this week. My assumption is now we wouldn't be consulting on two specific different options. We would probably have a general question about our broad approach to the finances, and then ask the stuff about the targeted rates and around the savings options and around what was the thing that came up today? The bridge. Sorry, exactly. Yes. So it's just a case of whether we want something to just note the fact that we will no longer be consulting on questions concerning the period over which council should balance the books.
Or do you want?
I think that's a good point, but I mean, I think it depends on how we describe it in the consultation document, the context around the decision we've made. I think, I don't know, I might be wrong, tell me if I am, but I think we've got a preferred position, which is the one that Ewan and I are going to do now, but there is still that opportunity for people to say, well, hey, you got that wrong, you should be, you should be balancing straight away, isn't it? Or,
as long as you're comfortable with that, that's absolutely fine.
Still have, I'm anticipating we'd still have the right kind of rhetoric in the document to explain what we've done, why we've done it, what the alternatives might have been.
It's more about the conversation is more about balancing faster or slower with the residents rather than which measure we use.
Yeah. Okay, so we're into debate. As the mover, look, I have to say, and this is our final debate of the day, so I was proposing to give us 3 minutes because it is the final rate setting, Amy. Not that because otherwise I think people will run over. Could you reset that, please? Thank you. We always give a longer debate for the final one. Don't use it, feel free to not use it. Okay, so this is not a happy decision. Nobody wants to put the rates up. I didn't support the 25%. I didn't go out with 25%, mindful of the affordability for the community. I understand why some of the councillors did, however. I still feel that we have to make as many efforts as we can to bring the rates down to an affordable level without running the city into the ground, and that's about striking a balance, and it's not an easy balance to strike. If you look at what's going on around the country, it won't give people much comfort, of course, but all big metros are around the same amount as we are, or more. And all smaller councils are also facing double-digit rates increases regardless. There's nothing we can do around some of the levers for this, the interest rates, the depreciation, the inflation. It is what it is. And we have to deal with that. So I'm looking forward to going out to the public because I don't think they'll like this. This hasn't made it a whole lot better, but it's made it a little better, to see exactly what they want us to do and what they don't want us to do. And to me, that's about being as transparent and honest about what the range of services we offer are and where our levers are to make the changes. And we'll hear from the public. I'm not going to say very much more because, look, what is there to say? This is unprecedented financial times. I will be keeping my mind open to further cuts. I'm hoping that through the consultation process, we'll see some opportunities that are maybe the community shines a light on for us, and we'll be able to embrace those. But as I say, quite clear to me, it's about keeping the city running and taking an affordability lens. And this is our effort to make it a little bit less hard on the ratepayers, although I'm under no delusions that this isn't going to be a very hard year for our ratepayers. Gives me no pleasure. That's me for now. Deputy Mayor? Oh, did you want to go?
This is not ideal, but I think it's the right thing to do. I've spoke passionately in the past about the importance that our rate rise must cover our spending, and that's why I advanced the 25.5%, because I didn't want to continue with the status quo of borrowing the gap and kicking it down the road without some clarity and certainty of some meaningful change to come. I am incredibly grateful of the majority of councillors today who have supported a significant move in the right direction by cutting $104 million in our OPEX spending over the next 10 years. That is a moment in time. And that now gives me the confidence and I believe the justification to say the savings are beginning to come, but we are a large ship and we can't immediately change direction. We've got to do it in a meaningful way. We've got to consult. We've got to enable and treat people appropriately, and that takes time. And we also recognise that with these savings to come, we have an opportunity to lessen the burden, but it doesn't come for free. Let's be honest. We'll have to pay $1.5 million or more in interest, I think roughly, to enable us to soften the blow, but it's a start. And I think it's the right thing to do. The reality is I join the Mayor in hoping that additional savings are identified as part of the consultation period. But if it does not, then the reality is 19.9 in year one, and I don't believe it gets much better in year two, but we are beginning to write the direction, and we're sending the right message that we are slowly changing the ship and changing our behaviour. So that is why I'm comfortable to support the Mayor in finding what I think is a pragmatic first step and a meaningful first step to some savings and a rate rise, which is more palatable. And I ask the community, come and talk to us. Use the hearings to tell us what you think. Use the hearings to engage with us. Tell us where we could save more. Tell us how you would like to prioritise, and we as elected members will absorb that, and you ultimately as constituents have a choice at the next election if we haven't listened.
Thank you. We have a really long way to go, and for those members around the table that haven't sat through a long-term plan process, by the time you get to the end of the public hearings, your views on many, many things will change, because we will hear from the community, as Councillor Wilson has said. And I do hate to go on about the tenure that Councillor Wilson and I have sat round here, you know, the time that we have, but the experience, I think, is valuable. What you feel and think now will vastly change. And that's a good thing because it's an open democracy. I am still uncomfortable with 19%. It is a revenue issue and it has been. I really, truly, deeply believe that, and we have to be loud with the government on that. I thank GM David Bryant recently for putting in the LTP briefing papers the word Shand report. And he said that he did that for me. I'm sure he didn't, but that was done over a decade ago. And that said, we have a funding and financing problem in local government. Yes, there are some occasions where we have a spending problem, but I don't think that's why we're in the position we are today. Based on the experience that I've had around this table for 17 years, I don't see any pet projects in this budget. I see us mowing lawns, fixing potholes, widening footpaths, building playgrounds, mowing lawns, looking after sports fields. I see us building swimming pools, libraries, putting in lights, managing roads. Show me where any of that needs to cut, because I can't see it. We've got 3,000 people predicted to move into our city in every year for the next goodness knows when. We are predicted to be the third fastest growing city in population in New Zealand. How on earth are we going to keep up with that when we're not mowing lawns and we can't build playgrounds and everything else, and some of that stuff is real core services. So, look, I've appreciated this process, but I'm really looking forward to the hearings process and the submissions that we're going to get, and the public will tell us whether we're right or whether we're wrong. But I'm telling you now, 19% is wrong for them. It's not affordable, and the problem is not about cutting services to fix that. The problem is a revenue one, and we have to push on the government that. We have to say we need the government to start paying, the government to start paying rates on our property, because like Councillor Van Osten said as Chair of Finance, there's $50 million just like that. So let's stay focused. Let's try not use the LTP to fix every problem in the world, because it can't. Thanks.
Councillor Taylor?
Thanks, Ms Southgate. I support this for now. We've taken a really hard decision today in terms of proposing that cut in payroll, and while that doesn't improve things in year one, it certainly does have an impact after that, and it was a really horrible call. We've made some progress, but I think there's a hell of a lot more to make things anywhere near palatable for our community. And if we think residents will be comfortable with, was it 19.9? Well, we're wrong. We've reduced the proposed rate rise, and now let's let the community have a say. And it is my hope that in the next cut of the LTP, we can make further savings. And I'm sure the community will give us suggestions they'll give us a lot of suggestions, as Councillor O'Leary, Deputy Mayor, says. And it will be up to us at that stage to make some more hard decisions, to listen and to respond. And I think that will actually be, the real test. That's still to come. But happier than I was, but, we've got a long, long way to go. Thank you.
Councillor Van Osten.
Thanks, Chair. It's been a long day, and I don't want to hold anybody up past their pizza hour. But it's important just to have a last round and to acknowledge the work that's been done today and the movement that's been proposed from the 25.5%. You would have had to been on the moon not to have noticed the public backlash. And I was very cognizant of the impact that it would have, not just on homeowners, but of many other renters across our city. It's good to hear from residents, and it's very grounding to be able to hear that feedback. A bit confronting at times, but for me, I think a big part of this long-term plan is to be able to encourage that feedback, to be frank and to encourage participation at every point. And my hope is that we can outstrip the feedback that we've had from previous years, and commend Mayor Paula on the first long-term plan that I sat through, and the more than 4,000 residents and submissions that we received through that process. I hope that we can do that again. As Deputy Mayor says, it changes your mind when you hear those kinds of comments from the public, and there will be many, and on every topic, I've got no doubt. But I see this also as a chance for us to talk about what we do as a city, what we can provide, and the cost of delivering that It's an opportunity for us to talk about the value of that and to be able to really put our case about what that means and give the residents an opportunity to understand that and to feedback on the true facts, the realities that we're going to be dealing with. It's also a chance for us not just to focus on the percentage. We've done a lot of that today, but we haven't heard about what 19.9% means in an average tax, a rates increase, to the value of that. And we need to be able to know that so that we can talk more about how it compares with other cities, what our local tax means for in comparison with Waipa, Ngaruawahia, but also across the country as well. So I'm hoping that this is an opportunity for the source of truth to be spread amongst residents and to invite their participation, however confronting it might be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor. Following the changes in waters we've seen today, we've gone back again and attempted to make further cuts and go right back to the bone, battling with some very difficult decisions and seriously questioning our priorities and what is core council business. Many decisions today, though, remain up in the air, and they have to go out to public who have had an outcry on the real effects of a 25.5% rate increase would have on the people of Hamilton. We are required by law to balance our books, but we are also required to ensure we have considered affordability, and what will achieve this is by spreading out, balancing the books over 3 years. Even 19.9% is still going to hit our ratepayers extremely hard, and I absolutely acknowledge this. I'm also mindful though that these figures still factor in the staffing cuts that we put in forward today, along with many other cuts that we've made. So I ask staff that we need to be very clear with public what assumptions these figures include, so Hamilton people can factor this in when they go out for consultation. So I will be supporting this motion, but I'm going to be a stuck record today. And once again, ask our members of the public to come in, write letters, fill out the polls, attend the meetings, and please engage with us. Tell us what you want to pay for and what you want us to cut, because ultimately that feedback will be what shapes my final LTP rates decision. Thank you.
Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. I certainly want to acknowledge that this is a much more palatable number than the previous one. But that said, I still hold reservations about how we got here today, partly because I'm quite sceptical about whether smaller local government is effective. But the real conclusion that I come to from this and all of our earlier discussions is that the rating system is broken. Renters don't get rates rebates, despite the fact they too may very well be on fixed incomes. Like Councillor Van Oosten talked about earlier today, we don't get GST back on rates, and none of this is unique to us. So I have no issue voting for this. It's the only motion we have. But I have to emphasise that rates is fundamentally broken as a funding mechanism for local government. And until we see local government reform, I don't know how we're going to substantially really fix this if our focus and if our earnest concern is for the well-being of those people who really are at the brunt of this system year after year after year.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I'll support this motion, and unlike Councillor Hutt, I just want to note that I'm not happy about the way it's been achieved, and just reiterate, I guess, my previous points around how we do have some of the lowest rates in the country. And I am really nervous about asking ratepayers for what they will cut. I worry in terms of our services in the community, being the Deputy Chair of Community and Environment, I worry that there will be conversations about cuts to libraries and pools and things like that. Some people have pools, some people need public pools, some people can afford to buy books, some people need libraries. Like, you know, this is where it gets really tricky. And our public services, the services that we provide the community are accessible. You know, they're affordable and accessible, and they're so important to our well-being. So yeah, we can be cutting costs and doing those things, but we're also sacrificing the potential well-being of our community. So I'm not happy about how we've got here, but yeah, it'll be an interesting process, and the Deputy Mayor is right, we haven't been through it before, so it's going to be one hell of a ride. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the biggest mistakes I think this council has made is putting its head in the sand last annual plan and setting a rates increase of 4.9 when inflation on just general goods well outstripped that, and inflation in terms of council's own operations outstripped that by a mile. Now we are making up for 2 years of insane inflation, and that inflation's not just the cost of everyday services, but also the cost of renewing infrastructure. So then we see high depreciation too. So we're in that situation now, and this is our lot, and we need to deal with it. But I have very strong reservations about the idea of further drastic cuts to staffing levels. I think that we're going to walk back from this, to be frank. And so in some ways, I'm not so worried about it, because when we see the list of what this will mean, I think we'll realise it's going to have a very direct impact on the community. We haven't seen the list yet, but I suspect that we'll be looking at reductions to the work we do in sustainability, the work we do in the community, working with our diverse communities and organisations, probably cuts to certain services like pools or libraries, or how we maintain parks and gardens, emptying rubbish bins. You know, I don't see this being a painless exercise. So, but that will come in the annual plan, essentially, and we'll be able to debate that all then. For now, it's a case of, I guess, going out to the community, and to be frank, there's not a lot in some ways that we can ask from them in terms of this coming year's rates increase, because we can't go any lower, I don't think. But yeah. The last comment I would make is it's critical that at the very least we get water sorted with the government, because these ongoing high rates increases are not sustainable at all, and we all know that. And my hope is that we can get a sensible solution where we can borrow a sensible amount to actually get on with putting in intergenerational investment in waters. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken before I write a reply it? Huh?
Just asking, is there a need?
Yeah, there is. Always. Just very quickly though, I just need to make the point that we are obliged by law to consider rates affordability as one of the factors. And so my initial proposal when we set out on the draft LTP was far less than 25% for that reason. In my view, reducing to the 19.9% today is progress, but it won't be enough. I hear and understand the public anxiety and anger because they are being hit by the same cost increases that we are: inflation, depreciation, rising costs. But I do know that this budget is not based on the nice-to-haves. We hear that bandied around. It was certainly term bandied around in the by-election. nice to haves. This budget is based.
Point of order, Paula. In light of the fact that you raised the comment about referring to individuals personally and playing the person rather than the issue, I wonder if you'd like to place your own review of your point there and apologise and move on.
Oh, I didn't refer to Tim as a person who said it. I said during the by-election, comma, Tim. But if it. I know, and I wasn't saying you did. I said during the by-election period, people referred, and it wasn't anything to do with your campaign, sorry. So I apologise for using your name.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ewan. You know, because you're the exemplar of extremely good behaviour. All right, let's go on. I understand and hear the public anxiety. I've heard it throughout the by-election period, let's put it that way. And before, but I know it's not based on nice-to-haves, it's based on must-haves. When I look through the projects on the capital projects and others, I see things like stormwater upsizing in suburbs to avoid floods. I see wastewater upgrades. I see roading renewals and maintenance and much more that just keeps our city in good order. We cannot run our city backwards. Right now, Auckland is facing a 7.7% rates increase and a 9.5% water rates increase. Wellington is coming into their meeting on Thursday. They're predicting 15.4, but expecting that to go even higher. Every council up and down the country is facing the same pressures because Angela is absolutely right. I acknowledge there's been underinvestment in the past, but I also know the funding model is broken. And now that waters have come back into our budget, we face that the mirror is up. We can see the costs that we're facing. And we know, and we've said to government, we cannot go alone. We need new funding tools if we're able to, as Sarah has mentioned, invest in a sound future for our city. We are the fourth biggest city. We are the fastest growing city. We are the economic hub of the North Island. And I think we've got a lot to offer. So we do have to invest. So striking the balance has not been easy at all. And so, you know, we'll all go home tonight and we'll feel, as I think one of our colleagues said, a little bit disappointed and a little bit grateful that we've made some progress. And that's the way it is. The key is getting that consultation document right, so we ask the right questions, and so we give everybody the opportunity to respond. And I hope the public will reach out, ask us to come and speak with them. We want to speak to as many communities as possible in this next month and a half. That's it. Thank you. Let's go to the vote. There we go.
Motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. The whole day gives me a headache. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, staff. Okay.
Why was there only 13 votes?
Did we open the karaoke?
We did.
We better close with our council.
Okay, councillors, we're closing with a karakia. Tuia
I raro, tuia I roto, tuia I waho. Tuia ngā kaimahi o te kaunihera o Kirikiriroa. Whaia te iti kahurangi, kia mau, kia u, kia ita, haumie, ie, ai. Ka pai, councillors. Well